We're just waiting for a challenge to start working. I guess they're just waiting for the check-in. Yo, exit, that's actually really true. Very, very true. Are you working today, exit? Why aren't you playing? Why is Semi in? He's in CPL, I didn't realize that. That family's house got you. I feel like Simi's gonna win today, right? The first match is Simi and Worst, which are the two people I think are like most likely to win. I guess Love Snow's playing, but he's like the most inconsistent person on the planet. earob's playing, but I don't think he's quite their level. Yeah, I honestly feel like it's between Worst and Simi and they're playing first. So, okay. Yeah, Simi should win. I think Simi's really, really good. He just doesn't play enough ladder. Like, his points are not relative to his level at all. He lost to JU in TVT. JU actually plays a decent bit of TVT, or like Terran in general, from what I've seen. It is not a good sign that I've lost my voice before the cast even started. Yeah, I could believe that. Today is me starting to ladder a bunch again. I guess I'm gonna do this first, and then tonight I'll probably do a bunch of Protoss ladder. I might like alternate turn Protoss ladders or something, I don't know. Maybe it depends on my mood. I want to focus on Protoss a little bit more, because I like K-League is really motivating for me. But obviously I want to keep improving my Terran too. I know Simi like crushes Love Snow every time too. I feel like if I played Simi in T0, it would be such a mismatch. I feel like I'd have no chance whatsoever. I do want to see this like godlike worst PvZ that I hear about all the time. Kind of curious. Oh, maybe the brackets haven't been scrambled yet. What's up, Naka? I support that decision. Cheat, by all means. As long as I like you as an individual, you have my permission to cheat. Naka versus Semi. Imagine if that's actually the first game. I think it still needs to be randomized, but yeah, that'd be kind of funny. The Semi, I think there's a good chance Semi wins today. Yeah, I think that's kind of what I keep hearing all the time. I still haven't seen Worst play PvZ, so hopefully I get to see it today. But I keep hearing that his PvZ is like godlike, so maybe I can learn a thing or two. Yeah, I was thinking it could be between Worst and Semi. We'll see though. Hopefully I'm wrong. More fun. As far as I know, he's playing as main. I don't think I've ever seen him off race before. Which to me is crazy. I know Semi's like 1800 on the ladder or something, but that's just because he doesn't ladder. The dude's like 2100 at least sometimes. Hey, what's up, Spring? Watched Artosis cast a recent Boxers replay versus the wall. Like Boxer? He still plays? Hey, what's up? I don't know how to say your name, but how's it going? This is Russian, right? I assume this name is Russian. Oh, really? That's kind of cool. That I could beat Boxer? Well, if he hasn't been playing, then sure. Why not? Boxing Yellow did a show match not that long ago. It's kind of sad for me that I didn't actually know Pro Starcraft growing up. Like, I played the game ever since it came out. I'll be banging my chair against the desk. But I didn't know, like, there was such a thing as, like, Pro Starcraft and stuff for, like, a decade of playing Starcraft. So I kind of really wish I had known about all that stuff back then, so I'd like have more of that nostalgia and stuff. I knew it existed, but I didn't have time to watch most of the VODs and stuff. It was a tightly kept secret. Yeah. I remember when I like found out like they played StarCraft on TV, I was like, what? Because like, you know, when we were growing up, well, I don't know how old you are, but when I was growing up and like StarCraft had just come out, it was like the concept of pro gaming and stuff was, it was nothing. It didn't exist at all. Yeah, no, I didn't. Spring, mid-30s? Okay, same as me then. Yeah, like, you know how it was. Like, growing up, the idea of playing games for money was like completely alien. Did I start too early? Is it another like 10 minutes till the game start? Video games were still seen as a novelty and a kid's thing? Yeah, absolutely. A true BGHer. True. Even when esports started to pick up, people figured no one could be a professional after the age of 25. Yeah. That was another big thing too. Is like being too old was like a really common outlook too. Maybe I should find a co-caster at first because my voice is not good today. Okay, I think I started my stream a little bit early. I guess it starts at 3. Check-in was at 2:30, so that's kind of my bad. I'm gonna share this story while I got you while I have you guys here. Okay, there was one night, like a few nights ago, someone wanted to watch me play some games, but it was like 3 a.m. I was like super tired, and I decided to just make a new account and just do a bunch of like random cheesy games. And I see why Protoss players are the way they are now, because I don't even know how to cheese. I don't know like any proper cheese builds whatsoever. I was just making stuff up as I went. And I got that account to like 2070 A rank in about an hour and a half. Maybe less. I think it was less. It was like less than an hour and a half. And it kind of made me sad. Like I see why Protoss players are the way they are, but I don't know. Like I try and practice macro and stuff, and I love playing that style like so much. And it was really depressing to see that I could probably catch my highest rank really quickly just doing random nonsense like that. The only time I've gotten A rank since coming back was just from cheesing every game. Yeah. I lost one game on that account. I was like 7-1 or 8-1, and the only game I lost was a PvZ where I actually tried to play normal. The news been pwned, or we still got good stuff? We actually haven't even started yet. It's about to start here. Yeah, ironically, the one loss was I was trying to play macro and he went 9 pull into like 20 lings into a Hydra Rush bust. That caught me off guard because I couldn't get scouting, so I was like worried about fast muta for the wrong thing. And I was like, man, he played it right. I'm the one that messed up trying to play a real game. Ladder feels more cheesy in general this season. I would agree with that. Hey, what's up, Richard? There will be no BGH today, Richard. You might not want to be here. Boxer become the most famous Starcraft player of all time with 90% cheese. Was he that cheesy? I knew he had some like... I really don't know like Starcraft from back in the day, like at all, sadly. I always heard that he had like crazy builds. I guess it would be a lot of cheese then. Oh, Flash did too, huh? Yeah, I think the bracket's gonna shuffle like they're saying right before it starts. Which should be in 3 minutes, right? Wasn't just cheese, like it exploit glitches and stuff that have since been fixed. Really just innovated and was all about thin micro, which was kind of mostly cheese. Well, that is something that I was actually taught by there was a couple S-rank players that were teaching me, and that was one of the things they told me is I should like play games where I cheese every once in a while, because cheese is a really good way of practicing your micro as well. And being stuck in like weird situations can help like your adaptability and stuff, but I don't feel like I have a problem with that, because I feel like as a 3v3 BGH player, adapting to situations like playing pubs and stuff, I feel like adapting is like something that I learned really well from that. I feel like my crisis management when stuff gets crazy is usually really, really good. I feel like that's why I have like a lot of comeback wins. Merry Christmas, Richard. Yeah, I do feel like the meta back then was like a lot of one-base stuff, because the game wasn't like figured out to the level that it is now. Because wasn't everybody playing one base back then? I feel like I heard that from like Tastosis or something. It was like the idea of early expansions was like foreign back then. Did they do gasless naturals as well? I guess map making's like a really big thing too, huh? ZVZ. Pretty good too. Is this actually official? Oh, it's not official yet, I think. Right? Luxor famous plays where the mass ghost lockdown, load reload tank dropship against Goon Reaver, and the marine dodging lurker spawns to kill it. Alright, cool. I would hate for ZVZs to be going down early. Because I gotta catch some of those worst PVZs. I have no idea what his PvP is like. I mean, I've never seen Worst play at all, actually. I think Dada's about to shuffle. He's like right at A rank. He was like 2036 when I just looked. Are you against Semi first? Oh, now it says earob. Yeah. I think you're against earob first. Yeah, so your first match is earob Naka. Semi's against Havior. I'll just invite myself. How do we actually go about this? I can either do Naka or Semi first, I'm thinking. Horses against Glioburd. Fine, AGge. I think Semi versus Havior. Of course, Love Snow didn't show up. earob, Naka. We don't want to watch Do Life and Kiko, that's a TBT. We'll see if I can get it with Semi and Havior. That's one I'm kind of leaning more towards. Finally casting. I haven't played Terran in like 3 or 4 weeks. But I plan on starting my ladder stuff tonight. I've done a lot of BGH streams the last several nights, like a lot of BGH, and I'm ready to take a break from BGH and hit the ladder pretty hard here. So that is what I will be doing. I really want to grind hard for S rank with Protoss and aim for A rank with Aaron. Okay. I'm actually a little bit excited for this one. I know Havior is pretty decent, and I haven't really watched Semi play PvT, but I'm always hearing how good his PvT is, so... I know he likes to play carrier. That's like the only thing I really know. First map is Premier. This is one of the very few maps that Terrans actually really like to play on. From when I played against Havior before, he played like pretty standard, kind of just macro, really. And I feel like Semi is going to be really good against something like that. I feel like because Semi likes to play pretty tech heavy, like I think he likes to play Reavers, he likes to play carrier. Maybe he could be vulnerable to like push timings or something, but we'll see here. And this is best of 1, until the grand finals. There is a losers bracket. If you just link it real quick. There's going to be the bracket. There's going to be a losers bracket. It's best of 1 all the way up to the grand finals, which is going to be a best of 5, I think he said. I personally don't like best of 1, but there are a fair amount of players, and there's like 3 different tiers going on, or 4 different tiers. There's going to be a lot of games being played. Okay, we're going to get a 12 Nexus out of SemiH here. So already it's looking like a bit of a build order advantage. It is close spawns though, so if Havior gets first scout, there might be a chance for a punish here. We'll see how this plays out. This is going to be the scouting SCV, so we're going left or we're going up. Worst case obviously would be like an in-scout. Will he do bio? Has Havior played bio? Okay, we are actually going to get first scout here, so it's really, really good for Havior. He's going to first scout the 12 Nexus. We'll see what kind of 12 Nexus it is from SemiH, and like I said, because it is close spawns, there might be a potential for a punish here. Okay, so we're not doing the Forge build. We're going to be going for the 2-gate, and then it's going to be Zealots and Goons. A couple Zealots early, probably into Goon. Might need a shield battery, something like that, if we see the push coming. Then he does smartly turn around. Was actually going for End Scout, but did smartly turn around when he saw that he was scouted early. And is going to turn around and find Havior here. We're not making Marines, so this looks to me like we're not planning on getting aggressive. Hold off gas, not making Marines, so we're just going to take like a little bit of a faster CC. So SemiH is going to get away with this completely unpunished. I guess Havior does at least get to adjust a little bit because of the first scout. Just completely cutting Marines. And then the quick CC. So I don't hate this either. I don't know if this is a normal response. I've actually personally never seen this response. But I kind of get the idea here, the thought process. Starting Marine now. Vulture's gonna come out and probably go straight across. Should see the add-on come down right after. I feel like typically you see going back on gas now. Okay, perfect. Good. We did lose the SCV to the Zealot, which is a little bit unfortunate, so the tech's going to come down right behind it, which is going to be a robo facility for observers or Reaver as well. We'll see what he decides to go with. Like I said, I think SemiH does play Reaver relatively often. Vulture's going to get across here, but the Dragoon's already going to be out. Chase that away. You don't want to take like too many shots on this, and you definitely don't want to lose it, because the whole point of this Vulture is you want to get these mines out early. I'm just going to get that immediate map control here, and it makes it where SemiH... It's dangerous for SemiH to push out, because it can easily get trapped with like mines behind it and stuff like that. And the Vulture is going to go like really wide here, and this is you do this in case the Dragoons are going to be out like searching, which is what this Dragoon was actually doing, so it's like kind of poking it a little bit, looking for the Vulture, looking to just get some damage on it so it's less of a threat. And yeah, already actually a bunch of damage. Oh, a couple canceled shots, 3 canceled shots. I don't think we could have killed it with the firing, but we could have got it down to 1 hit. Actually playing on 24 turn rate, probably not used to that. And yeah, we see the support bay coming down, so it is going to be the Reaver play. Armory for Havior, so we're definitely looking for that macro play, I think. We did take a pretty early second gas, considering we're making like only Vultures so far. I do feel like this is a little bit earlier than you need, and we are seeing the CC stopping blinking here, which is not great at this stage in the game. Yeah, actually pretty good mine hits. We're gonna kill one of the goons and damage the other two pretty badly. And I think a probe went down here, if it was there. I'm not sure if there's a probe there, but we did see the vulture go in and die here. The goons. There may not have been a probe, may have just been the vulture death. Our money is pretty low because we are going Reaver, so I don't think there was a probe there. You wouldn't be taking it this early while going into Reaver. And he has 5 goons out, so he had 6. SimCity here, this is to prevent like drops and stuff, so if a dropship comes in and drops here, then vultures have to go all the way around, so pretty good SimCity there to kind of block delay. Okay, so vulture drop does come in. Drop play is pretty common against the 12 Nexus, and he saw like a bunch of vultures early with no siege tank. Why is he playing CPL? That's what I was saying, dude. I feel like Simi is way too good to be playing CPL. Reaver's gonna fly in here. We only have the 1 tank. Don't think we have siege mode yet. eBay's not even finished yet. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Simi wins tonight. Right now we got 1 SCV, 1 vulture, get another vulture. And this is already looking like really, really bad for Havior, and we're gonna see the Nexus come down, like right as we hit 400, so pretty good from Simi there. And then we drop it on top of a mine, so I don't know, maybe Simi sucks. Okay, so we lost the Reaver. Not very good. But still fine overall. It was okay damage, like definitely not good to lose the Reaver there like that. We did not get enough damage to make that worth it. This is what we get. I think we got 2 vultures and an SCV for the Reaver. Goon's gonna come out with the observers here, but we took a hit. I think we don't have range. Yeah, we don't have range, so we just walked into the mines. And you have to be really careful with your goons without range, because they will walk into mines even if you have vision of them sometimes. Vultures come down here looking to deny the 3rd Nexus, but it's already almost finished. Gonna see like the vulture count, sees the shuttle coming across here. See if he actually saw it in preps, but we have very few units right now for Havior. Now we know where it is for sure. Yeah, we're still on 1 machine shop. And we've been double mining gas for a long time, so we're floating 800 gas right now. And our SCV count's just a little bit low. We've definitely been idling our CC a little too much here. Okay, 2 more SCVs. It's fine for a Zealot. And all in all, it's a good trade, I guess, but not big gains right now. But it's okay if you don't get like a ton of damage with the Reaver, as long as you're not losing them, because they can be very good for like space control to stop like pushes and stuff. But we did lose that first Reaver like we saw. And the difference between 1 Reaver and 2 Reaver is pretty massive, because obviously, as most of you guys know, the 2 Reaver shots will kill a siege tank, whereas, you know, 1 Reaver's not going to be able to do that, so... We might end up seeing them remake... Yeah, I was going to say, we might actually remake the 2nd Reaver, because you kind of need 2 Reavers if you're going to be doing this. Yeah, Haver's up to over 1,000 gas now. Now the 2nd machine shop's coming down. We're on 6 fact before we started our 2nd machine shop. We're definitely not very well optimized here from Havior. Like I said, we've just been cutting so many SCVs. I've seen the CC idling a lot this game. Simi's gonna look to just kind of hang out here and control the outside area. We're gonna pick off some vultures coming through. Looks like they were just looking to kind of mine up the front a little bit and maybe look to take a 3rd. But I mean, Simi's just getting further and further ahead. 4th Nexus is gonna come down versus the 2 base turn before the 3rd CC started. And even if Havior is going for like the 6 fact push here, looks like we were doing like a 6 fact +1 maybe. But we've already bled off a lot of vultures, and our siege tank is... Our siege count is just so low. Vulture's gonna try and get over here to get some harass, but Semi tucking his probes, so he's not gonna lose as many. He loses like 2 or 3 there. But as you can see, there's a very large supply gap already. and we're only on 5 siege tanks right now. So a lot of the supply is just in Vulture. Very, very bad against Reaver Dragoon. Throwing our +1 armor and throwing down the starport now, so I guess we're planning on taking a third. Our third CC is going to be really late at this point. So he's basically going to be using this 6-fact to try and push out towards third base. But yeah, you gotta lead with... I guess not lead with your tanks. It's a little bit hard to do this, having done it now myself a few times. Trying to push out into Reavers, but you... My understanding, the way it was described to me is you push out with like tank and Goliath. You can't do it with just like one Goliath. Where your Goliath will be pushing out as your siege tanks are sieging, so that if the Reavers move forward to go after the tanks, then you can kill the shuttle with the Goliath. But obviously, like the Vultures being very speedy and stuff, and your Goliath as well, they will run out ahead of the tanks very easily. And they can get picked off by the Reavers, but if you leave with just the siege tanks, then your tanks can get picked and then they just pick up and fly away, so it's a little bit hard to deal with. To push out properly. But Semi already almost maxed here. It's gonna be maxed by like 13 minutes or so. Havior now dropping the third CC, but I kind of see when Semi gets maxed, he's definitely gonna have a bust timing here. Yeah, we see the army all like moving up now and getting ready to do that. Ian goes down, just kind of seeing what's on the high ground, sees it's not a whole lot of guns. Might make him a little too brave here. In a full on siege, and are we pushing out while taking our third at 130 supplies? Feels really, really dangerous. Semi was out of position with his shuttle, so he didn't get to punish the move out too much. But yeah, he's got his army gathered up here. There's a scan ahead. Havior starts to move forward, then changes his mind. Actually bleeds off a lot of Vultures kind of before the fight starts, so these Zealots could kind of run rampant here. And there's just an overwhelming amount of Protoss here. Semi up about 50% supply. Reaver's not quite in the fight, but not really necessary at this point. We are going to clean this up. And at this point, Havior will absolutely never be able to take his third. And we get our siege tank reset. We're down to 70 supply, siege count. And Semi doesn't have to attack anymore. He could actually go and kill him, but he's not 100% sure about that. But he already knows he's won the game, just don't like overcommit and bleed off a ton of units. But he didn't have the third now. Even taking a top left corner base while keeping Havior on 2 bases. Havior going for the desperate, maybe I can take my third and mine from it, move out. Hey, what's up, Fear? But Semi sees this, he sees like the army here. I'm surprised he's not like more in position to kind of squash it as it comes out, but he's getting ready for it now. We're loading up Zilla bombs and we're loading up our High Templar for storms. Something that I really, really should start doing more is loading up my High Templar so they don't get sniped before you can storm. Always kind of a good thing for Protoss to do. Yeah, Semi doubling the supply of Havior. And I think after we get like one more base denial here, Havior will realize this game is over. I'm sure he's already feeling it, but he's at least gonna try. We're just waiting for Semi to stop playing with this food. And bleeding off any vultures right now is pretty rough for Havior. I mean, this hold's already going to be nearly impossible. Going for a storm drop, but not really. When he SCVs a storm, we killed a single SCV there. Like, Semi is maybe overcomplicating it just a little bit, but I think he'll pull the trigger here soon. Here comes the Protoss Swarm. Kill the bombs. Or maybe that was our Templar? Maybe just lost a bunch of our Templar. We go for storm drops while we're busting the front. Okay, this is the Reaver then, so yeah, we definitely lost our Templar. I mean, Havior actually gonna end up holding. Maybe a little bit overcomplicated and ugly from Semi, but that scared. Yeah, gonna go ahead and call GG. I was gonna say it's still good enough, right? Like, Havior is, or Semi has like the entire map at this point. Havior scrambling to get a 2-base eco. GG. So that'll put Semi against the winner of Tarp and Launch. It'll be a PVZ. Looks like AGge beat Bagel Pirate. A worst loss to Glioburd. Gliobird's Terran, right? I believe he's Terran. So worst already down in the loser's bracket after the first round. What's up, Doctor? What do we think it is? Might be set to D&D. Ignore. Oh, I don't want to hurt their turn rate though. I like AGge. AGge's a cool guy. He's a very nice guy. Okay, I don't know much about these two players, but SemiH will bench press me? I mean, I'm sure he could have. I've heard he's a monster of a man here. Okay, so we have Glioburd versus AGge. AGge just beat Bagel Pirate, and Glioburd beat Worst. So I feel like Glioburd must be pretty decent if you took out Worst, right? I mean, the Worst is A rank, so even if PVT would be like his worst matchup, he still has to be pretty decent at it. So Glioburd might actually be pretty solid. I don't know how in practice AGge is. I know from what I've seen and from what I played against him, he is a very cheesy player. So we'll see if he does anything like fancy or interesting here. Already we have Glioburd moving an SCV out though. Looking like a Ford. Okay, just a depot. We're just doing a depot wall here. Interesting. I guess you can do barracks depot for a full wall. 9 pull coming out for AGge here. At first I thought this was going to be a 8 racks, but it was like an 8 depot for the wall here is what I'm pretty sure we were looking at. Or maybe it was 9 depot. When do I want to do the show match? Just after I practice some, so it'll be like early next week, or we can do it on like the following weekend or something like that. But starting tonight I'm going to be back into 1v1s again, so I just wanted to get a bunch of games in and kind of get back in practice, and then we can run something. We got 9 pull gas coming out from AGge. A little bit of a late gas though for Speedling, but he is going to run into a full wall. Actually, this wall's going to be open. There will be a gap here that Lings can get in. I believe, right? I don't think this angle's quite right. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that is good enough. But we'll see. I think that's going to be open. We might find out, so... SCV is going to scout here. Sees no expansion right now. Gonna come up and see the Lings coming. AGge actually gonna hide his Lings, like briefly, but honestly, it just kind of turns into lost time a little bit. Maybe getting a little too fancy. Okay, maybe this is right. This is open to Lings for sure, but actually this might be okay. This looks fine. I wasn't 100% sure by like the layout of the depot, and maybe need to go up a little bit, but yeah. I think... Is this not tight? Yeah, this is tight. Gonna jump on the depot here, start the repair. So AGge running into a little bit of a counter build, actually running into a wall here. Glioburd saving up, so we're gonna get the CC coming down after. Okay, we are gonna go to a 4th Marine, but we'll start the CC here now. A bit of a tough start for AGge. Marine does come out and get picked off. Okay, this was open. I just wonder if the depot was like up here. You could do a little bit more of an angle, and I feel like it'd be tight except for on this side. I could be wrong. I kind of want to like go and test it out now. But I think you can actually make this Ling tight on this side if done correctly. And we're getting the 1 hatch Hydra Den Lurker Rush. Actually finishing like pretty good timing here. And this is kind of what I meant. AGge is a very cheesy player. On the other side of it, Glioburd is going to have no clue what's coming. Doesn't really have anything out on the map right now, so it's going to be very hard for him to see this coming. Sees the Lings parked here, and the Lings are going to be like mostly checking for like SCVs or anything coming to scout, as well as obviously need to move out from the Marines, but you're not going to move out this early typically as Terran here without knowing what's happening. Yeah, Lurker Rush is strong against wall ends. Yeah, I wonder if that's a decision he made because of the wall end. The barracks actually going to go float back now, and the Marines are going to push out and clean these Lings up. A little bit of a slow reaction from AGge. Glioburd sees there's no Ling speed, even though he saw the early gas. So he should be suspicious of something right now. SEV is going to try and get out here. Marine's going to protect it. Actually pick off these Lings. And AGge is going to be looking for like a Lurker backstab, and then maybe trying to get one up here. Lurker egg starts there and here as well. So we're going to do like a Lurker backstab. We have no detection ready. Academy about halfway done right now. Did go for this Overlord, and luckily AGge was able to save it. And then starting these additional Lurkers. But Glio does see the Lurker starting here, so he knows what's happening. Gonna start bunkers behind this push out, start his eBay for turrets. Scanners probably is coming down as soon as this is finished here. Marine's gonna come back home. Lurker's gonna go for a run by. Okay, we're gonna stop right here. And this is like, I mean, this is kind of a tough position, but we should see scanners starting. So there's the scanners. Definitely annoying for Glioburd. Even if he has to abandon the natural, it's not that bad. Like, yeah, we're gonna go uphill bunker. I was gonna say it's really not that bad if we have to abandon the natural right now, because this drone count is really low. Okay, AGge just going for it. There is gonna be a scan that comes down as soon as we get Marines in this bunker. Right now, there is no Marines uphill right now. Actually, really dangerous. These Lurkers could have gone up into the main base. I'm surprised we're going barracks instead of factory here, though. I would have really liked to have seen a factory coming down against this. Like, you can abandon your natural, make a factory, start going towards vessels. Like, AGge's eco is going to be incredibly low, as you guys can see. Okay, there we go. So he did cancel the barracks and start his factory. I agree with that decision. It is delayed a little bit more than it needed to be, but I think it's okay. Looks like we kill off like maybe a few more Lings here with these Marines on the backside. Okay, gonna go into his expansion now. Still making more Lurkers as well. So this is gonna turn into a bit of a long contain. And this is either, I'm not sure if we're getting ranged or stem. I personally like something like ranged against this because you already have like the bunker and stuff uphill. And I'm pretty sure with range we'd be able to breach this as well. But stem obviously can be good defensively, like if they try to like run up the ramp. They get like really, really aggressive. But just adding on more Lurkers here from AGge, still making more Hydras, so we really don't care to have Lings. And I was gonna say, I just realized we had this Overlord flying this way, which was spotted by Glioburd. And it's gonna be a slow Lurker drop. And we do have this one turret here that actually might be a bit of a hero. We scan and killed one of the Lurkers here. And yeah, this is actually gonna turn the Overlord around. So stage 2 of this cheese, not quite working. The spotting SCV a little bit of a hero. The scan and move down, and I assume because we didn't have stem yet that we were not researching stem first. I feel like it should have been done. And Glioburd has a pretty big advantage. AGge actually going to go into 2 Sunkens right now, which is really, really painful for how bad our eco is. Good reaction and stem there from Glio, jumping on top of that Lurker as well. And then actually getting the final Lurker with that scan as well, so now I feel like AGge is just dead. We have 2 Lurkers at home, and that's basically it for our entire army. We're sitting on, what, like 10 drones mining minerals right now. So Glio navigated this pretty much exactly how I felt like he should have, more or less. So pretty well done by him under like this really heavy aggression from AGge. Let's see, earob did take out Naka, so it's gonna be earob versus Broodling. Fear beats Supperman. I guess Do Life and Kiko are still playing because they got TVT. Lucky them. So few Terrans, I feel like, and they running into a TVT feels kind of crappy. Alright, how many turns we got? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 4 Terrans, and one of them got TVT to start. It looks like we did sneak this in here with this Overlord. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. And I felt like the game was over, but AGge is still going to be as annoying as possible. But we do have 2 siege tanks here, just waiting for a scan. Gonna lose some depots, lose our academy. I mean, it's annoying for sure, but Leo just has such a huge lead that this is fine. We wouldn't really lose many workers. Might be an additional drop here though, onto the natural. And if Glio doesn't react, we can actually lose a lot of workers. Ooh. Okay, suddenly Glio doesn't have much eco anymore. Down to very few. Very few SCVs now. Hey, what's up, Worst? Vessel is out and this is gonna get cleaned up. I mean, supply now looking a little bit even. The problem is tech, I feel like. We're still on Mass Lurker. And even though AGge did a ton of damage, his still doesn't have like a worker lead at all, which I know Zerg typically isn't going to against Terran anyway. But that was a ton of damage, and I still feel like our eco's a little bit too far behind his AGge, but supply, like I said, looking pretty decent. We are pretty lurker heavy. Actually, we're entirely lurkers. I ended up letting this burn down too. He might not notice this is on fire. I gotta step it up. I'm not even playing. But I'll do my best. Looking for a kind of high ground flank from these lurkers. AGge is very crafty if nothing else. Just a very annoying person to play against, I feel. And going for this counterattack as well. Is AGge going to make this work? Is he just going to annoy his opponent to death? This felt like an unwinnable game for AGge, but with these like drop harasses and now this like lurker backstab. Suddenly there's like lurkers all over the map. And Glio taking a bunch of damage. We actually lost our command center, not lifting it up against the lurkers. Is AGge doing it? This is crazy. Can't even mine right now because of this. AGge floating 1,000 minerals in the meantime, taking us 3rd base. He still doesn't have an answer for like the actual army, but Leo's not able to move out trying to deal with this nonsense right now. I absolutely love this from AGge. Okay, the 3 siege tanks and vessel coming up here to try and deal with this. Repositioning the lurker seat into a little bit better of a spot. Maybe pick off a few more SCVs. We are going to get 2 more, and the 3rd as well. AGge's supply is still very low, but it's just because we're not spending. Really focusing on the harass, but completely AFK at home. Like we made a round of drones, and if we spend this money, we can stop this counter push, but I'm afraid AGge is going to be floating too much money, and he's actually going to end up dying to the counter push. We're on only lurker tech with 3 tanks. Just have very few units. But he needs to be like on that spending right now. Going for a sneaky lurker placement here to maybe buy some time, get some free pickoffs. Glio is going to be waiting for his vessels to lead the charge, it looks like. And we're actually going to go around, so we're not going to run into this lurker here. Fire coming down now, but that's not going to come into play, I feel like, before this push gets here. And yeah, I'm really worried for AGge right now. making a lot of sunkens to try and buy time. Bunch of lurkers come down. A lot of energy on these vessels as well. If he has a radiate, that's 4 irradiates that are ready. Scans ahead as the lurkers are running in. Scan comes down, it's going to be D-matrixes on the tanks. And those lurkers are going to go down. AGge. Just not quite multitasking well enough, I feel like. But the harassment was absolutely amazing. Just not getting it done back at home in the meantime. It's a little bit of a shame. So close to actually pulling this game back, it feels like. Marines are going to come in here with the tanks, but Glio did a good job of making sure like his Marines don't stray off and get like really nasty volleys from the lurkers there. Fire finishes, but like I said, I don't think it's going to come into play. And I kind of hate to see this, man. He was so close to pulling off a game that I thought was going to be unwinnable with those counterattacks and drop harass, and yeah, that was kind of fun to watch. You can tell I got biased, by the way. Yeah, he lost to Glioburd. AGge going for another, like, kind of desperate counterattack here. It is going to get on top of the production to make it where Glioburd can't really like clear this very easily, but we just don't have a way of dealing with the army at home right now. But, I mean, stopping Glio from mining again, and just they're just both watching the fight down here. Okay, now we have a stem board from Glioburd, and gonna pick off those Urge going for the vessels. And even though AGge made it as hectic as possible, it looks like Gliobird's gonna get it done. GG is called, and Glio's gonna take this game. AGge, you were so close to making it happen. I don't think I've lost a 973 fake in a macro, it just feels so bad. Funny. Alright, let's see, we have maybe no matches for me to join right now. Who's Naka waiting on? Oh, it's Naka and AGge? Do I want to watch a ZVZ? Might be all I have. Glioburd versus... We're going to be waiting for Semi and Tarkman, which should be Semi. Just finished. I think we're going to watch Semi and Glio. Naka and AGge in the losers match feels kind of bad. I like both these guys. Okay, we're gonna watch Semi and Glioburd. No offense to any ZVZ enjoyers out there. It's not my cup of tea. I mean, I'll watch it, and I understand it relatively well, I think. But it's so, like, coin flippy, I feel. I feel like ZVZ is the most coin flippy matchup. Like, obviously there are things you can do to guarantee your win, like you can outplay your opponent and stuff, but like if both players are very evenly skilled at a high level, then you can just get very clear advantages from build orders, like much more than the other matchups, I think. Yeah, so Glio took out Worst and AGge. Semi took out Havior and Tartman. So this could be a pretty good matchup. He getting blasted? I know, listen. It's part of my job. I feel like Glioburd should do much better than Havior though, just from what I've seen so far. Even just that last game, even though that was like kind of it got pretty close, but I feel like that was just AGge making really annoying moves. Glioburd did the early game pretty much how I felt like he should have. So I think he has a pretty decent understanding of the game at least. Like, his crisis management seems pretty good. I imagine Worst is a pretty standard PvT player. I'm just totally guessing. And if Leo took him out, he has to be at least half decent, so... yeah, we'll see what happens. That being said, Semi is like 2100 at least at heart. Honestly, if Semi practiced more, I feel like he could easily be S rank because his understanding of the game is really, really strong. We're gonna get a 12 Nexus out of Semi here. Probably died to a timing push, Worst, yeah. Gonna get 12 Nexus out of Semi, which does make him safe against pretty much all timing pushes. Semi's S rank just doesn't let her on purpose so he can smash CPL kids. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, like... if Semi like really put in the practice, he'd be so good, because his game understanding and game knowledge is actually crazy. He's the only person that makes me feel like an idiot when I talk about the game when he's around. Not because he's trying to make me feel like an idiot, but it's just he's there and I'm just like, why am I even bothering? He knows more than me. He knows more than a lot of S-rank players. So it's gonna be a standard opener here from Glioburd. Might see the Marine cancel here. Oh no, okay. So he wanted the SCV cancel, but he actually canceled it so late that he didn't even need to cancel the SCV anymore. But the principle was there. I usually end up canceling the Marine just because of if I don't get scouted early, I like the extra SCV. It's the BGHer in me. Doesn't necessarily mean it's the right thing to do, it's just what I like to do. The way it was explained to me was that if you're not scouted, then you can cancel the Marine, but if you do get scouted early, cancel the SCV, because the Zealot could be coming. So we see the 12 Nexus here. And it's going to be the same thing, 2-gate, Cyber Core from Semi, so this just seems to be the way he does his 12 Nexus. So we see continued Marine production, so this is going to be aggression from Glioburd to try and punish this. Semi dancing on the outside so he can see like if the Marines end up coming, and if he sees like an additional Marine too, then it becomes really obvious. But he sees Marines coming now, so now he knows. Yeah, the mini Nexus, 12 Nexus, yeah, with the 2-gate. I think this variation's like super strong. The Vulture coming out, we have like 5 Marines total. They're actually continuing Marine production as well, so we're gonna like really commit. Let's come out to try and meet this. Pretty decent micro. I mean, we took 4 hits. Oh, good body blocking the SCVs. Okay, that was really, really good by Glioburd. Yeah, this is a pretty strong start. We micro this vulture against the zealot too. Yeah, we are. We didn't start the bunker yet, but we have a lot of units here. Bunker should come down here. 2 dragoons though does make this a bit hard now. But we have the additional vulture and marine coming. And this bunker should go up and this nexus should die. But here's the thing. This is the thing about kind of what pisses a lot of Terrans off about this. Killing the nexus doesn't necessarily mean you're ahead. Now we didn't lose very many SCVs, so this is actually pretty good and we're going to send a lot back and just keep the 3 here for mining. And we should see an add-on coming down. There it is. Goodbye, Glio. But the goon count's going to get pretty high pretty quick, so we're going to get up to 6 goons. Robo is very common full up. You'll see a lot of shuttle play. Or Reavers, straight to Observers, something like that. The Sim is going to try to potentially get a counter-aggression here going. But this was a pretty good start for Glioburd. We see this working right away, so I imagine this is going to be mines first. Add-on's too late. Yeah, he made a lot of extra vultures, I think. Like, he made it after the 4th vulture, and I don't think we need 4 vultures here, but... CPL Bonjois? Bonjois? Is that how you say it? I know I see this word all the time. I know who he is, but... I don't think I've ever heard anyone, like, say it. Yeah, 4 vultures might be a little bit too much. Imagine we're going to see Observatory? Yeah. Banjos? I don't know about that. I don't think I believe you. Glioburd did not make a command center behind this, by the way, so... We're just not ahead. Yeah, a little bit low on HP for some of them. He's going to catch the vultures here. He does see, if he clicks them, he can see that they've laid mines, and knowing Semi, he'll see that they had mines. So he's not going to continue to push here without his observer. Nexus comes down, CC starting on the high ground. So this is just kind of an even game right now. See if these vultures can get in to do some damage. But we do have the 2 safety dragoons back here. And one of those mines does hit. They get very, very low. And with 2 tanks coming out, this is done. Oh, and we pulled that mine. Ah, that's painful. 2 goons go down and 2 very, very low dragoons. So Semi looking to kind of mine sweep blindly there. Does get some of the mines, but there was actually 2 very close together, so he triggered 2 at the same time. I do think it's a little bit unnecessary when you have your observer like out already, but I can't say that I don't get caught up in doing that sometimes too. It's just kind of fun to do, and it feels good. But yeah, getting punished for mine sweeping when we didn't necessarily need to. The reasoning being, I'm sure that you can mine sweep it instead of waiting for the observer because potentially you could catch if it was just like 1 siege tank coming out. Or even if it was 2, if you had like... I guess there's only 4 goons. So if it was 2, then we weren't going to get anything done, but if he'd like managed to push his way through and it's just 1 dragoon, he could have done some extra harass. Yeah, Glioburd was late on his CC because we actually went for a fast turret. Worried about potentially Reaver or maybe even DT, but with the mines he wouldn't have to worry about DT too much unless he was worried about a DT drop. But he saw the observer, and he knows he's in good shape now. I don't necessarily hate the like armory rush. I don't know if it's the correct thing to do, but I understand what he's thinking when he does it. So when the dust settles, I feel like it's relatively even. Maybe a slight lead for Glioburd. Supply is really, really close right now. It's going to be a pretty late third for Semi, which obviously that's to be expected after losing our Nexus. Reaver gets in here and kills the turret. Two vultures going to go down there. We actually didn't get kill credit. Oh, because they're probably burned. I was going to say we didn't get kill credit for that. 2 more SCVs though, so we're actually starting to do pretty decent damage, and we like interrupted the mining here. Unsieges, so I'm just gonna walk out here and look for Ink Shot here. Settles for the Vulture instead. Thinking of dropping that and then getting a Scarab shot on this tank to try and finish it off, but not getting the shot off. Loses the SCV there. You can sit here for a little bit. This is probably a Goliath coming out here. The turret coming here, so there shouldn't be any more damage that comes down anymore. They're just making a Vulture, which is fine. Finding whatever angle he can to get like any harass done. Really optimizing with this Reaver right now. Just picking off a turret. Just being annoying and giving Glioburd extra things to think about. Okay, gets the tank on the high ground. The Goliath pop out, so now this will finally be chased away. Vulture's gonna get in here and see. Can't believe they actually snuck past here, but see the timing of the third Nexus there. Sounds like a goon hit the mines up here and died. And what is the fallout from Glioburd? We're gonna go to 4 factory. And I assume we're gonna stop at 4 factory here. Or 4, okay. So we're gonna go 4 factory and then look for a third base, I think. Looks like SemiH just made 1 Reaver this time. We're just going to be kind of delaying the front a little bit with just a single Reaver instead of 2. Maybe looking to take a corner base with this rope here. The turret's going around. I do feel like trying to do a turret ring on this map feels kind of crappy because the bases are so big. It can be a pretty expensive turret ring. And as we know, like 1 turret's not going to stop a shuttle from flying in with a Reaver. Being really annoying. The Glioburd setting up here, looking to take this as a third. I really like this position as a third if he can secure it well enough, because this just becomes a really good kind of like attacking point for Aaron, because by attacking you're also defending your third at the same time. But SemiH, realizing that could be a problem, brings in 2 shuttles here and kind of breaks the position. And I didn't realize we did go up to that second Reaver. I must have popped only 1 back and got it. But Leo's still looking decent on supply. Gonna be a little bit late on our third base. He might try to settle for 3 o'clock now, which is less than ideal. Rip, all I had to do was not lose to whatever shenanigans AGge pulled out and had a chance at the finals with Terran's coming, but got AGge'd. His cheese is ridiculous sometimes, man. It's the AGge factor. You don't know what's coming. I mean, Glioburd's supply is still looking pretty decent. We finished our sci-fi here, and we got double upgrades coming. We got the single forge going for SemiH, so we're working towards that +1 attack while working on the 2-1 here for Glioburd. His Reaver still being very annoying, gonna catch a siege tank and kill the SCV, making. And we actually have to be really careful. We're gonna get the cancel on this. We could have got those 2 extra shots and actually finished this off, but SemiH being maybe a little overcautious because he was like watching and dealing with this drop at the same time. Yeah, the multitasking being taxed a bit. Big mine hits clearing out all those zealots there, and because of that, we can actually, yeah, move the vultures on the inside. Well, we could have, like, tucked it back here, and the goons could have got to it, but we were also doing a run by here at the same time with these vultures. So, a lot of different fights happening all at once. Forcing the SCV pool, or the probe pool here. And these vultures are going to run into the main and see if they can find any additional damage. There's going to be a cannon coming up in, like, really good Sim City. I don't think we can sneak under here. Okay, we can. I'm lying. But there's 2 cannons here, so it doesn't matter. Can you actually full wall on the bottom? I don't even know if this is possible. Really, you can. Looking to take this position as our third base still. Got the Reavers on the high ground, which can be really, really hard to push into. Good tank pull there, though, to make sure we don't lose that tank. A slow push up here with our siege tanks. Really gonna take a shot so these Reavers can get a shot off and actually kill this tank really, really good by Simi there. Sacking that Zealot to kill a tank. Looking to make the same play here again. We got very close to losing that Reaver, yeah, 7 HP. And now we have some Goliath coming out. Yeah, Simi just being as annoying as possible, delaying this as long as possible, but there was a mine set up here to block this probe. Simi will realize pretty soon. Right now he's just kind of watching these Reaver to be as much of a pain as possible. Okay, we're gonna lose 1 Reaver, and we have another one with just 7 HP. That's gonna make this harass pretty much done with now. Actually ties to the Vulture shot. So the Vulture finishes off the Reaver there. Additional shuttle comes in, but gotta be careful with this CC. We're being, like, really aggressive. We're out of tank range right now. Like, don't lose your CC like this, dude. Glio, not like this. We were doing so well. I think we just lost the game. We're down 50 supply, and we just lost our 3rd CC. Top left Nexus comes down now, and that's a bit of a heartbreaker right there. We're gonna get a storm drop here in the meantime. Oh, maybe not. There's Zealots. Okay, well, we are taking... We were, I guess, already building about 3 o'clock. I didn't even realize this. Shuttle might actually get chased down by this Goliath. That's crazy. Okay, well, that shuttle gets taken out by a Goliath that just happened to have auto-targeted and then chased it. I think it was... Okay, not this one. One of these, I guess. Okay, well, we did secure 3 o'clock in the meantime, so maybe it's not over. I didn't realize we had this command center building over here at the same time. So, still in it, actually, but if we secured this, like, if we didn't lose that so unnecessarily, and we had this base coming up, Glio would be in a fantastic position. But right now it's just kind of even, I feel like. By looking pretty good for, maybe that's to be expected in this matchup. Are doing shuttle play. And then we got the additional gateways coming down top left. It does get scanned, and there's a decent bit of vultures here. Gonna lay some mines. They might actually park here and just wait for the probe transfer. We'll see how quickly Simi realizes this is happening. Right now there's, like, nothing going on, so we should notice it pretty quickly. Not too quickly. But Glio also isn't looking. Simi just doing his load-ups right now and not realizing that he's losing all of his probes on the transfer. So really, really good catch for Glio. And honestly, it's starting to look pretty bad for Simi. There's only 1 tank here, or cannon here. Okay, I was thinking we might try to lay mines. I don't have any mines, actually. Okay, we have no mines. So can't really clean these up very easily. Simi's gonna look for the 3 o'clock bust here. It is pretty vulnerable. The mine placement is really scary for these tanks, and the turrets are on the bottom side. So our army's really far out of position. We didn't see this coming. big storm drop on the SCVs here. This D is crazy. The positioning of like this stuff is wild. A little bit slow on the pull here from the army. We do have 3-2 on the way. I feel like if Glio reacted quickly, it'd be really good shape. Storm drops coming down though, getting huge storms on the vultures and the tanks, both. Glio, you're so close. So close to being really, really good here, actually. And with that base going down, surely the game is actually over now. I mean, we completely gave away our free command center, taking our third, and we were actually still in a winning position until this attack just now. So I see a lot of potential here for Glio, though. He's gonna clean this army up, but it's gonna be a bit tough now. He is gonna have like the 3-2 army, which is fantastic, and there's no like really late game tech for Semi here. We're still not mining from our top left as well. The problem is we're like completely dried up as Glio. Like we're gonna have to maybe float a command center. Going for this push. I don't know how far away our 2-3 is. Army looking pretty decent, looking to push this top left base here. It is pretty much only Dragoons right now. Maybe some Zealots here in the shuttles. But Glio's just not mining. Like at all. We have 3 mineral patches that are almost dried up. And yeah, I think this is gonna do it. Really, really close though. Glio actually doing, like, showing a lot of signs of doing things really well. Just a few kind of like simple mistakes. Simple mistakes that are very, very costly. Like landing our command center on top of Dragoons. And yeah, if he hadn't done that, I would have felt like he was in such a good position. But yeah, good effort. Like actually making Semi sweat a little bit, I feel like. So we might see Glio again later. I feel like he's looking pretty strong. That puts Semi in the finals of the winners bracket. Worst will be playing the... oh, he's got a few games to go, so Worst won't be playing for a little bit, it looks like. Okay, we might have to wait here for a minute. I think AGge and DoLife are in game right now. Oh, it's gonna be... oh, Gliobird's in the... okay, never mind. And so Worst is waiting for the winner of Launch, who is waiting for the loser of Fear and Kiko. It's gonna be a bit before Worst gets to play, yeah. So pretty much the entire bracket is on standby for Fear and Kiko, more or less. Isn't Launch a Zerg? He is, right? Or is he off racing? Change to Terran. How's that going for him? That's a rhetorical question. I saw him streaming yesterday, so I had to look. I can't help but get satisfaction out of watching him lose like 5 games in a row and then dodging games until he gets like a 1600 Protoss that he beat. That made me kind of happy. What's up, Launch? It's not a secret, Launch. Everybody knows that we don't like each other. Alright guys, everybody chill out, okay? It's very unprofessional. Fear is Protoss, right? Fonger playing Heart of the Swarm instead of King of Tears? Fonger, I was wondering why you weren't playing. Wasn't Fear... Was he wasn't T0 before. Is he like new T0? Was he T1 before? Not new? Well, everybody was saying he was the King of Tears winner, but I won T0 last season. I assumed he was like T1 or something, maybe. Do we know approximately when they started playing? We'll probably watch earob's game after they finish as well. "17 minutes in? Okay. Oh, he's streaming. Oh, okay. I didn't know he streamed. Will I follow him? Let me give this man a follow. Or we can watch it. Maybe we'll just bring it up on stream and we can watch it a little bit. I know, right? AGge is so fun to watch, man. This is like random nonsense. But it's like really funny to watch. Oh, is he doing Race Picker? Because he picked Zerg against, what's his face? Gotcha. It's funny because when I played him PvZ, he tried it 2 games in a row actually, where he built, yeah, he tried to cannon, or no, sorry, he was doing, hatcheries in my base. But someone told me he does that, so I like came up with a strategy to deal with it, and it worked really well, so. I'm just gonna wait a little bit to do a stream on here. Oh, AGge is streaming. Wait, do we want to watch AGge's POV or Fear while we wait? What do you guys prefer? AGge for my money. Watch AGge then. Let me... Game quiet's like... He's like playing with no sound or what? Very quiet. So, more lurker shenanigans. Let's see the dropship coming. This is looking bad for our boy. I'll have to check that in a second. I do appreciate the support. I'll have a look at it after the game ends here. Which should be... Ow. Kinda just dead. Good promise I gave for my money. Algae, like, I appreciate that, Nako. I see what you mean now, I gave for my money. I didn't mean for it to sound like I was enticed by getting paid for it, but yeah, I got you now. It's funny. Lost our Hydroden, we're gonna rebuild that. AGge's pretty dead though. Looks like Dulai's probably in a healthy 2 base. Fear's dead? Oh snap. We're gonna get Dulai versus earob. We wanna watch that, or... Actually, yeah, we'll watch that. I kinda like that anyway. I don't hate PvP. I hate playing PvP, I don't hate casting PvP. But PvT, I like both sides of that matchup. I enjoy playing PvT and TvP, so much more like fun and interesting for me to cast. Losers bracket is also PvT launch versus Fear, yeah. So watch earob and do life next. GG. Good effort, AGge. Had your chance against Glioburd, I feel like. Gonna make a comeback with hidden carriers. That's the Protoss way, boys. Hey, what's up, Glio? Hey, what's up, Pavel? One mining base, hidden couriers. Gotta try, I guess. Oh, I kept saying Do Life. Sorry, it's not Do Life, it's Kiko. My bad. Kiko versus earob. Not Do Life. It's Do Life versus... Oh yeah, the loser of earob and Kiko. Okay. Do Life too good. He's strong. Yeah, I didn't get to see much of it. I was watching her stream towards the end there, but looked like he didn't get quite as much damage against him as he did against Glio. You're tapped out. Alright. So we're gonna get Kiko versus earob. The big launch. Also, my voice kind of recovered a little bit. Actually not doing too bad. To stake bragging rights? Yeah, actually I think that's a it's a pretty big tournament for bragging rights. Any of you new people here in the stream, this is the bracket. You confirm? Oh, like denying the third base is strong? Yeah. I think it's really good on this map. It's kind of got the fighting spirit effect of making the third difficult to take. Oh, right, Glio, you literally just played against it, yeah. So I've always said it. And, yeah, Simi did it as well. Reavers on that third base, it's so hard to deal with. Yeah, Glio, man, if you didn't land that CC into the Dragoons, you would have been so far ahead, actually. Even after losing that CC, you were like even on supply with a big upgrade advantage. No, I'm not playing in this tournament. I haven't been practicing my turn at all for the last several weeks, so I didn't want to bother joining because it would not have gone well. And I've kind of enjoyed casting, so I was like, well, I'll hop in and cast at least. But I'm going to start practicing again tonight. Well, that's going to be Protoss tonight. Protoss tonight, and then probably Terran over the weekend. Maybe Terran at the start of the week, because I have K-League on Sunday. Alright, earob versus Kiko on Retro. They do have close spawns. I don't think I've ever seen earob play 12 Nexus. I think he plays a style more similar to mine. I haven't really seen much of his PvP, actually. I know he likes Reavers in PvP. And yeah, that's pretty much all I know about him, actually. So we'll see. This will be good for me. I know Kiko's pretty strong. He can be a little bit of a tilter, but he is very strong when he's being stable for sure. But then again, what Terran's not tilting some, right? I kind of get it. I mean, this matchup is a little bit of a nightmare for Terran. Okay, we didn't go for like the depot barracks here for like the anti-zealot a little bit. I don't think it's gonna matter anyway. I don't know if earob plays zealot, but like this map travel distance is actually pretty long, even when it's close spawn. So I think a zealot harass wouldn't really be a problem anyway. Probably gonna do a cyber core scout. So we want to return those minerals. I get it. OCD about that stuff too. Okay, we're not scouting. Okay, there it goes. I mean, scouting a little bit later, it's not really going to hurt anything. Like, even if you cyber scout, it's typically going to be showing up when the rain's already done. He is going to go the wrong way, but when he gets first scouted and doesn't see the SCV, he should know that that means Kiko is top left. It'll be 1900 Zergs with my turn and lose to 1500 Protosses. I wish my turn could be 1900 Zergs. And I beat Ermon a couple times, but he was playing, he was like practicing builds. That doesn't really count. Okay, so we're gonna turn around, and it looks like we did actually realize that Kiko's not here. He could have done it a lot sooner, but I think he just wasn't sure if he passed the SCV or not. Gonna be 2 Marines before the CC because it's gonna be Goon with no Zealot, so I kind of like that. Do have to be a little bit careful though because the one Goon can beat the 2 Marines. But 23 Nexus from earob. Nice standard opener here. SCV doing a good job of like tucking, and then it's gonna rescout. It's gonna confirm this is the build. So when he sees the timing of the Nexus, he should know this is 23 Nexus. Gonna be a second Goon coming out. First Goon comes across. We did actually stop at 2 Marines with the probe here as well, and we didn't start the bunker. So this Goon can 100% beat this and actually put pressure on. So now we're gonna start the 3rd SCV. But yeah, this is gonna be a bit of pressure here on Kiko. We're actually going to pull after just killing one Marine. It just doesn't want to take any hull damage, I guess. But I mean, you can 100% kill this Marine, and we're actually going tank, not Vulture. Yeah, a little bit of a shame that he kind of aborted that, because there was, like I said, no tanks even started yet. We could have got more damage than we got, but just wanted to play it extra safe, I guess. Got the Robo on the way. As Protoss in this matchup as well, it's pretty, like, forgiving as far as, like, scouting info, right? So this is what earob has seen so far. He saw 2 Marines, he saw the CC, and he saw that there was no Vulture. So there's 2 things that can be following up. It's either siege tanks, so it could be like a timing siege tank push, or it could be drop play. At this point, when you see the tank, like, you know it's not going to be like a quick drop or anything like that. So like maybe it could be a timing push, but it could also just be like defensive macro. But I personally, when I play against, yeah, he saw the CC, because he walked all the way up here with a Dragoon. So he did confirm the CC. When I see a Terran that opens defensive siege tanks, and they're like actually like siege mode, you feel like you can do anything, but it's almost, you almost never see that anymore. It's almost always going to be like a timing push like this. So when you don't see Vulture and it's like tank first, they're almost always looking to get a little bit aggressive. He does have the Goon here to spot it, and he's going to pull away. We are only at 3 Dragoons right now, or 4 Dragoons. This one's going to get caught though. Really good body block from that SCV, punishing that Dragoon for being up there. And losing that Dragoon's a big deal, because with 4 Dragoons, you can 2-volley a tank, but without that 4 Dragoon, yeah, it takes 3 volleys, and that's just a huge difference. This timing push might actually get some damage done. Okay, we do have a 4th Dragoon here and a 5th as well. There should be enough Dragoons that we're actually completely fine. I almost never see it with like 2 tanks. It seems a bit of an odd timing. Get another Goon here. We're not targeting the tanks either, so we cleared off the Marines, and Hiko might just look to leave at this point. Gotta be a little bit careful here. Yeah, just leave these tanks. You can't break this anymore. So trading the Marines for a couple of Goons, it's fine at the end of the day. Yeah, it's okay. Didn't really get anything done though either. But we did get Vultures down here on the 3rd base. It's like a slight advantage, I feel like, for earob. I mean, we lost 2 Dragoons and killed... Actually, we didn't kill any Vultures either. So... It's like a minor gain for Kiko. It's like very, very minor, but it's something. The really important part is we didn't lose any tanks, and this 3rd's actually going to be a little bit late because of the push out. So it is about 30 to 45 seconds later than you typically would want it. Off a 2-gate observer. So I guess a slight gain for Kiko there, putting a little bit of pressure on the earob, as long as he hit his stuff behind. I am seeing like a lot of idling on the command centers though. So our CV count's a lot lower than I feel like it should be right now. We did go up to 4 factory. No armory. There's the armory. Now starting. Got 1 add-on, starting the 2nd gas now. And just starting 1 SCV here on the main base. Okay, there we go. So you like see that's a big delay in like worker production. Meanwhile, earob looks like he's been hitting workers pretty decently here. Yeah, just a little bit of a lead on workers. Which Protoss is almost always going to be ahead on workers if they're playing correctly anyway. But yeah, you just see how much this is idling, and I'm just worried that might catch up to Kiko a little bit later in the game. A little bit of a random safety turret. Maybe worried about like DT or something. I'm not sure. I don't really know what this one's helping us with. I guess in case Reaver come in, like I said, he does play a lot of Reaver. And he does have Reaver tech. So maybe it's actually not that bad. Oh, we were looking for the observer. And I guess we actually get it. Goon's doing a good job blocking the ramp here so the vultures can't get up. He'll maybe overcommitting a little bit, losing a couple of vultures there. Give him another one, because why not? Meanwhile, we got 4 gate, we got our Citadel. Where did our... Okay, there's our shuttle. I think this is like a Reaver and a Zealot. We do have shuttle speed. Looks like we're unloading the weak Zealots. Gonna pick up some healthy ones. Come back for our Reaver. Maybe this is a second Reaver. We have shuttle speed done, so... I didn't see if there was a Reaver before that. Maybe that's our first Reaver, but it feels like we should have 2 Reaver. Academy coming down. Academy's doing a little bit late. Like if this was DT, then trying to push against this would be pretty terrible, but Kiko's gonna look to take us third. The Reaver were not up here in time to delay him taking this third. He's probably just gonna drop this on location, it looks like. Or are we actually going for aggression here? I feel like at this stage of the game, pushing with 6 tanks is like really, really dangerous. Okay, so we're looking for a push here. The Reavers are like way out of position for this too. But we have like no anti-air, so Zealot bombs can be really good. Our Dragoons are in the middle of the map. And our Reaver were kind of off the middle of nowhere as well. Like, earob definitely had what he needed to take care of this, but the turrets are coming up now. And this kind of like odd 5-tank push timing is gonna get a lot of damage. A lot of probes go down. Looks like we may end up losing the Nexus as well. Have a mine hit there on the Dragoons. And supply looking really strong for Kiko right now. Starting our 3rd CC, Starport on the way. So even if this doesn't do like a ton more damage, it's done already way more than enough damage. Breaking this is going to be kind of a nightmare for earob. Shuttle's going to fly in, start dropping Zealots on top of it. Reavers now as well. Going for a bit of a 3-way push. Big Reaver hit does clear up the tanks. And we're going to clean this army, but we lost our lost our natural in the meantime. Actually saves that Reaver from the mine, but that was actually a pretty good play to save that Reaver. But yeah, looking really, really bad for earob here now. With the natural going down, we're on 2 base versus a 2 base Terran with a 3rd CC that's going to be finishing before our natural's up again. Also knocks us down to 1 gas here. Yeah, it's interesting. earob did have Zealots in place to see the push coming, but I don't think he really respected like what was coming his way. His Reaver started flying around, his Goons in middle didn't like come out to meet it and delay it or anything like that. But against a push like that, like Kiko's crazy for even pushing out against that. If he knew there were Reaver, he might not have known there were Reaver. But to do a 5-tank push down, like up this ramp and down this ramp into his base against Shuttle and 2 Reaver is wild to me. But luckily earob was not in position to punish it, so it does pay off. And the comeback potential for earob is pretty low right now. Alright, AGge, you have a good night, dude. Oh, speaking of Naka, thanks for the prime earlier, man. If you're still here, I appreciate that. Speaking of, this is reading it. Our sci-fi is done. We do have 2 armories up, but only 1 is spinning right now. And it's tough for earob now because he needs to either get damage done or find a way to secure like at least 2 more bases, like now. We're moving up here, maybe hoping this is a 3rd. Actually see the dropship coming, but are we able to respond? Got 1 Dragoon moving up, 2nd one not coming. I think a few units back, but does actually see it. But the SimCity is going to really bite him now because we can't get through here with our Dragoons. I guess we have the shuttle coming in, so that's actually really good for him. Just be careful here because this is probably a 2nd siege tank. Gonna go to our 3rd base. And kind of the same issue. Okay, it's gonna be 2 vultures. So we do clean up the tank and don't lose much there. Maybe lose like 1 or 2 probes here. One going down, second going down. So not much probe damage, but we are losing a lot of mining time. We have to like wait for the shuttle to get here. And again, it's like, yeah, it's great and all that we're not taking much damage from this, but being on even bases with Terran is putting Terran further ahead, typically. And earob maybe struggling a little bit with her harass is floating about 1600. Spent a bunch of his money now. We got 2-2 on the way for Terran. So maybe not like quite perfectly synced up with upgrades the way they'd like to be, but still really, really good shape. I can see here that and earob was asking for like a little bit of advice in this matchup. I think his PvT might not be that comfortable. PvP, I've never seen his PvZ, but I know his PvP is actually pretty strong, so that may very well be his best matchup. I got a big flux of army coming up here, maybe looking for a push. And again, I like bases like this on retro for Terran because it's just by pushing, you're also defending that base at the same time. But he does actually scan here and see the army down here. Looks like earob's gonna go for a bit of a bust. Yo, Glio, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it, man. But pushing up these ramps can be a little bit hard. He does have like a lot of units though. Gets on top of that tank, and there's only one more tank here. Kiko kind of rushing down to defend this base because if that stuff gets up the ramp, it becomes really, really hard to handle. Beaver gets one shot off before it dies. Pretty good targeting on the tanks actually with his dragoons. Cleaning up a lot of these tanks. Meanwhile, these zealots do actually survive and jump on top of the zealots. The SCV, sorry. Again, this would be a great attack if Protoss was in the economical situation that they're supposed to be in. If he was taking like bottom right and this base, he has the money for it, right? Imagine he was double expanding and kind of securing this while doing what he just did, then I would actually feel really, really good about earob's position. But I've seen this happen in Protoss players, and it's definitely happened to me sometimes too, especially when you're not comfortable on the map. That can like kind of be a side effect of this. Is you kind of stop expanding and just start attacking because it's like you kind of get a little bit of a mental lockdown essentially. More drop harass coming down here, being very, very annoying. The siege tank could get a huge hit. 5 workers go down, we're gonna get another volley. Another 2. A bit of a slow reaction here because we're attacking 9 o'clock at the same time. Oh no. Another 6 go down there at the end because we started remining. And at this push, might break this position. Not quite going to. And then you have all these vultures coming up, and I feel like this kind of does it for earob. Still on 3 base as well. Eco taking 12 o'clock at the same time. CC's already finished. Up 40 supplies Terran, so it's looking really, really bad for earob here. Now our probe is finally going down here. We cleared out the vulture. Or pushed it back, I guess. Okay, now we cleared it out. But feels a little too late here. Maybe if we had some storm, but I mean our probe count, we've lost so many probes too. Eco scanning ahead on bases as Terran. I mean, 2-2 done. Not starting 3-3, but not super necessary. Bit of a mine hit there to just kind of make it even worse. And a dropship actually coming down here. Just to continue to be annoying. Kiko doing pretty good with his dropships of constantly harassing and taxing earob's multitasking here. Yeah, with these 2 tanks and these vultures, we're going to deny this base, and earob's not even going to be able to get up to a 4th base now. Might go for like one last hoorah push here, but I mean our army is so small even. We've just kind of been starved out. big mine hits too on the Zealots here to soften them up. And this trade is actually really efficient for Kiko. And part of it too is the upgrades when it's 2-2 versus 0-0-2. Everybody knows mech army trades really well once the upgrades start kicking in. 3-3 is on the way. And we're just kind of waiting for Kiko to kind of wrap this one up now. But he does have, like, vision on the map. He sees that there's just not a lot for earob right now. We did go for a bit of a storm drop. It looks like we pulled pretty well. Maybe could, like, I don't know, 3-4 SCVs kind of missed a little bit of it there. But plenty of SCVs left over. I mean, his eco's in, like, great shape anyway. And storm drops are good and all for the comeback, but the thing that earob's needed more than anything is just more bases. You need to be ahead at least one, if not two bases at all time on Terran, I feel like. Outside of the early game. And once you get late game, like, one base does not feel like enough either. He's gonna try and break this position, but Kiko's already set up, like, very well defensively. Even, like, bringing his army down to intercept some of it while it's trying to force its way up this ramp. So Kiko's army movement stuff has been pretty good this game. Just making it harder and harder for earob to expand. This is going to knock earob down into the loser's bracket, which will put him up against, I think, Do Life? Looks like he's playing Do Life next. And we get Kiko and Semi in the winner's bracket finals, so we'll definitely have to watch that game. I love that you just, like, I mentioned this before, but the way you just, like, change accounts, like, randomly between YouTube and Twitch. Dude, right, Nomad? It's gonna be crazy. Yeah, you. Hey, what's up, Chiseled? Yeah, I remember you explained it when I said it before. I just think it's kind of funny. Like, from my perspective, it's funny. Bro chatter, right? Semi ain't got time. It is like kind of bullying, right? That Semi's here. Semi's like a top K leaguer. Yeah, I know. Hope he's not in too much of a hurry. We got, like, he plays a pretty slow PvT. We have, after he finishes that, like, he has to wait on you versus launch. You guys play yet? It's you versus launch, and then the winner of that versus Glioburd, and then the winner of that versus the winner of earob and Do Life, and then that person plays against Semi. Like, Semi's gonna have to be here for a while. We get for being a bit better than CPL level and finishing your game so fast. True. Needs to slow it down. What's Tempest? I hate this map so much, man. Alright. Semi versus Kiko. Raw spawns and Semi plays 12 Nexus like every single PvT that we've seen so far. So, feels like a Semi win already. We'll see how Kiko responds to this situation. I think 12 Nexus on this map is already very strong, and the fact that it's cross spawn means that it's basically unstoppable. Yeah, and that pylon placement already says 12 Nexus, but I just think 12 Nexus on this map is just really, really powerful, which is why Moonrai beat Nomad. Because he refuses to play against Protoss on this map, so he just went BBS. Eric's coming down. Semi definitely going for the 12 Nexus. I wonder if Kiko will do a gasless expand here. I don't know what this SCV is for. So what a BBS, true. Okay, we're just gonna scout here. So we are doing gasless expand versus 12 Nexus, but I've heard Terran usually hates this, right? Because there's like no options for aggression, and then Protoss can just kind of do whatever they want. Yeah, my understanding was this is actually worse than going back CC. But I wonder if Kiko is just okay with this, because like 12 Nexus is so common on this map, like so common, that I wonder if he expects it and he actually likes playing this against it. Okay, so he saw the Nexus, but he doesn't actually want to confirm what the build is behind that. Okay, now we're going to turn around. I was going to say, it actually does matter because 12 Nexus does have a lot of variation, so it does actually matter to get the info. So he sees 2 gate, and then now he knows what kind of variation it is. And we will see how Kiko decides to respond to this situation. We'll see if Semi makes Zealots. He might actually skip Zealots. I wasn't watching the minerals, but others look like we made at least one Zealot, if not two. Did you see the Marines without getting shot? He's crazy. Okay. So no Zealots coming down. So I feel like this is really, really good for Semi right now. These 3 Marines pushing out kind of wild. I don't know what we're planning on here. Just like really want to kill this probe. Oh, the Zergs died already? I think they did actually. Yeah, we have 0 Zergs left. That's a shame. Dude, I've told Nomad this like 4 times now. Is this why AGge gets mad at Nomad? He asked me twice during the stream. What was the game plan? Wait, we're making a lot of Marines. And Semi does see all the Marines. Still doesn't lose the probe either. This is gonna be like a 4-tank Marine push? Is that what we're looking at? 6 tank? Might be 6 tanks, right? That's a build. But going up to 5 Marines seems a little bit interesting. Yeah, cross map push against 12 Nexus. Sounds like suicide. Yeah, we got double add-ons, double upgrades going. We're getting our academy for scans, so we're definitely looking for a push. I feel like, I mean, we're already at 8 goons. We're gonna be like 12 goons plus, probably 16 by the time he gets there. Like, there's no way this works, right? I've kind of always been under the impression that a timing push against 12 Nexus is like the worst thing you can do into a 12 Nexus, because it's just so strong early game. Yep, gonna pick off the first tank for 1 Dragoon. We're gonna try and get the vultures behind here from mines and put the mines down though, just a little bit of body blocking on the ramp here, so that'll actually be a pretty good mine. Catching one of the goons, but it's just gonna be 3 tanks only. Now down to 2, and it's going to be... Imagine 4 more Dragoons coming behind this. Yeah, this just gets repelled. I think we need to go home, Kiko. Or he's going to commit. Alright, he's going to keep going. Another 4 goons come out. And we got the Stargate and Flea Beacon on the way. Eco scan does not see the carrier tech. And we're going to get squashed while Semi is going carriers. Got Goon flank coming down here. Gonna clean up the rest of the tanks. We did kind of misplace our observer in the meantime, but it's just not gonna matter here. Cleaning this up with like minimal losses. Eco gonna start additional factories, and when he's scanned, I didn't check if Cybercore was spinning yet. He may have seen Cybercore and known, but I feel like if he knew, he would have quit. Like, losing to the goons while carriers are coming, he would have quit. So I don't think he realized. And like I said, it may not have even been spinning yet. So now we're going to rebuild our tanks. Probably start a 3rd CC soon, start our armory. Armory and eBay. I think with the eBay, extra factories coming down. Okay, we're going up to 6 factory. Oh, okay. Next scan, we do see the carriers coming. And I think part of what makes him look for this is we saw that there was no 3rd base here, and we see there's no 3rd base here. The Semi still being on 2 base does kind of scream this is a carrier rush. So I think Kiko's just kind of paying attention. Now he scans and sees the 3rd just now coming. But like I said, he already knows the carriers are coming. So that's why Kiko did that. It's just him paying attention. Realizing that could very well be 2 base carrier. And like I said, maybe he saw the core spinning as well. But he wants to try. Go up to 7 factories, so it's just going to be another 2 base push here. I don't even think he should be building any turrets at this point. Just optimize your army because you're going to need to kill Semi anyway. And since it is carrier, you don't have to worry so much about Reavers or anything at this point in the game. Semi with his observer seeing everything. No anti-air here to kill the observer yet. Goliath coming out now. Looks like the mines did kill a couple of dragoons, so that's pretty good for Kiko. We have 2 carriers out right now. Two carriers without their interceptors up, not very scary yet. Just force an unsiege, pick off the tanks here. And losing tanks hurts a lot because he kind of wants to be all in on Goliath now and not have to rebuild any tanks. But obviously if you lose all your tanks, then he can just keep making dragoons. And Goliath, not so good against dragoon. Once again, Kiko being pushed back here. Doesn't have his Goliath. Okay, just finished. Goliath range just finished. So that's pretty good. Get a little bit of hull damage on this carrier. Carriers 3 and 4 should be popping out soon. There's 3. Guess 4 is a little bit behind. Yo, range, thanks for the raid, man. I appreciate it. Once this gets up to 4 carriers, it seems pretty hopeless, and we are there now. Zuji, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Goliath getting a little bit separated here. Gonna lose a lot of damage, a lot of health on one of them. And our Goliath count's just not quite high enough. We had to remake a couple tanks because we lost so many. Like I said, making the tanks hurts pretty bad because we want to be making as much Goliath as possible with more and more carriers coming up. And we don't even have +1 yet on our army for Eco. But Goliath count is getting pretty high, getting a lot of damage on one of these carriers. Sniped the observer too, which is really nice. Good scan because he realized he was coming in every time he unsieged. Don't want to bleed off too many Goliath yet. Not really getting any more damage done on the carriers and not losing our Goliath here. Getting out of range of the tanks as we pick off the Goliath, so we can start killing off the tanks. And then, like I said, once we're losing tanks, we have to remake the tanks because the Dragoons will take over. But looks like that's going to do it here for Kiko. The push is just going to get squashed, and I imagine we're going to see a GG here very soon. Getting the Protoss experience here was Kiko, but I also think going for a timing push against Nexus first is a pretty tough situation to put yourself in. Ooh, Soggy, so true. I mean, Semi is too good to be here, let's be honest. Alright, so that puts Semi in the grand finals, and he's gonna have to wait like an hour before he gets to play again. Semi go take a nap, yeah. Let's see, we got Launch versus Worst is happening right now, and earob versus Do Life. Anybody streaming it? Maybe I could, see if there's any streaming happening right now we could watch. Let's see, Fear... Because Fear's out, right? Yeah, Fear lost to Launch. Guess we're just gonna be waiting for a little bit, guys. Pretty much waiting for Launch and Worst to finish, and then we'll watch the winner of that against Glioburd. So I will take this time to get some water. Already gone through my 2 bottles here. Look at a little bit more water. You guys take a little bit of a break, and we'll come back. And whenever they're done, we'll start the next match. I'll have a waiting screen, so you guys can sit here and stare at this for a minute. Okay. Yeah, not really much we can do in the meantime. Wait around, I guess. Take it easy a little bit. Alright, looks like worst finished up. Looks like he won, so it's gonna be worst against Glioburd. Is it cool? You will let him make. How generous. Alright, so it sounds like worst PvT is not his strong suit, so I feel like he's making it sound like there's a good chance we're looking at a Glio versus Semi rematch for the finals. Maybe worst is just being very modest. We just had a bad game or something, yeah. Oh, sorry. This is not the winner gets Semi. The winner gets the winner of earob and Do Life. Are we gonna get a TBT semi-finals? Alright, worst. Need you to pull it off. Show us what you got. Not because I'm necessarily rooting for worst over Glioburd. I'm just rooting for not TVT. Unless earob wins. I guess earob could win. But I think earob's PvT is also not super confident, so... we'll see. I finally get to see a worst play PvT here. You didn't watch any of his games earlier, right? I think this is the first game of his I got to watch. As he lost to Glio... yeah, and I haven't watched any losers brackets, so yeah, we haven't watched any of his games yet today. Already kind of an interesting first pylon placement. You like to see this with Terran too, like this depot just makes it where the SCV comes a little bit further out on the right there. A little bit closer to the minerals, just a small optimization, but in high-level games, things like that can be a big difference. I guess those little small optimizations that you need to be really good at because your opponent's going to be doing a bunch of them and maximizing other things as well, so... see the barracks come down, so it's going to be a normal looking opening for Glioburd so far. And it is going to be 12 Nexus for worst. As we discussed earlier, 12 Nexus on this map is pretty insane. But we'll see what variation he goes for. If he goes for the Forge build or the mini version with the 2 gates. And that was the other thing too, the way Semi plays the 2 gates, and then also is just, it's so good against timing attacks. Very hard to pressure a 12 Nexus that gets to go 2 gate. Brawl spawn especially, like, yeah, this is kind of a nightmare for Kiko last game. But Glioburd also going for a gasless expand, so this does favor Protoss, as we just saw a pretty good bit here. So 2 games in a row on this map, we get the exact same openers. It is going to be the 2 gate variation, it looks like, from worst. Looking good for worst. Very good start for him here. We'll see if Glio can get out of this a bit better than Kiko did, but I also know, like, worst PvT is not going to be on the same level as Semi either. Wait, where is Kiko? Okay, yeah. There's more matches than I realized to be played. The bracket keeps going. Yeah, so there's actually one more match that I forgot that has to be played before Simi can do his match. So it's going to be the winner of this plays against the winner of earob and Do Life, and the winner of that plays against Kiko, and then the winner of that plays against Simi. So it's going to be a long time before Simi gets to play. Poor guy. So it seems like we are doomed to have a TVT in the future. Like, almost definitely, unless both Protosses win right now. Well, I guess it's still... yeah, we got a lot of PVTs and then potential TVTs. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. But PVT is usually not a quick matchup either. We're going to see Zealot pressure coming across the map from Worst. Unlike Simi did skip the 2 Zealots because he scouted him early. We are getting the last scout from Worst here. Bunker's already going to be up. We're going to lose that probe. 2 Zealots are going to turn around and go back home, so definitely the opening less lucky here for Worst than it was for Simi. Still good for him, but Simi getting first scout and realizing what he's up against, being allowed to skip those 2 Zealots makes a big difference. Because these 2 Zealots aren't really going to serve a purpose for a while. Bit of a supply block here. Gonna stop our pro production. That is less than ideal for Worst. Does take back some of our eco lead just a little bit there. This is an additional barracks. Okay, so Glio's gonna go for a biotank push. Alright then. We're gonna see an academy. Okay, yeah, the academy's already done. Getting our scanners, getting our extra barracks, so we're gonna go 4 racks. We're doing a biotank, so we're definitely going for something a little interesting here for Glio. Not wanting to play the long game from this position either. First on the other side, we have our Robo, but we didn't start our Observatory or Reavers yet. I'm going to start Observatory here soon. Actually pushing up with our 5 units here, 6 units here, and Glio not quite ready, so we're going to take a bunch of damage here. The tank is coming out. Kind of hoping that Worst would not test his front as he went for the surprise push. Yeah, this is just a disaster for Glio. We're taking a bunch of damage when we were going for this push timing. And I don't think Worst has seen the additional barracks yet, so he doesn't know what he's up against yet. And he might not go down to check. I'm surprised he didn't try to jump on top of that tank. Maybe a little bit worried about the SCV wall here. Okay, now we're going to see the barracks blinking. Okay, we see 3 barracks, so now we know what's coming. We see the medics coming out and everything. The Worst knows what's coming. A good counter to this, we need to cancel the Stargate. A good counter to this is Reaver. Reaver Goon is very good against this. So I'd love to see the Stargate get cancelled and maybe throw down our robotics, because we know what all-in is coming now. Looks like he was thinking maybe he would also go for 2-base carrier. Yeah. This is actually pretty bad for Worst not cancelling these. There's no way we're getting carriers out before this push is coming. Gonna be a lot of resources dumped into carrier tech that isn't really even that good against bio either. Like, low carrier count is really bad against bio because Marines just chew up interceptors as well. But it looks like he's gonna go ahead and commit to it, so we're gonna see the fleet beacon come down. And I guess we'll see how this worked out for him. I mean, Glioburd supply is a bit low. We did lose some SCVs. Stopped a lot of our mining. But I mean, this push is going to be scary. Gonna try and jump on top of this tank. We will end up killing the 1 tank here. But we're going to lose like all of our Dragoons in the process. We'll have 2 goons left over, 1 with no shields, the other already taking a little bit of hull damage. And we just have 2 goons at home, dropping the extra gateway now. Fleet Beacon's gonna finish, but we don't have enough resources to start a carrier. I mean, we could start one, but by the time it's out, I mean, N1 carrier is just so weak. Kind of scrambling to throw down extra gateways here now. Leo scans ahead, sees that there's only 4 Dragoons here, actually gets the Observer as well, which is pretty painful, because we can't see the siege timing. The siege and unsiege. And honestly, I think this is going to do it. I mean, Leo's taking the supply lead now, where it's trying to jump on top of this tank, but it's getting repaired, and GG is going to be called. So Leo's going to take the win, and worst is out of the tournament. Alright, so we're gonna get worst versus earob. Earob did take out Do Life, it looks like. So more PvT. We're avoiding TvT for now. What's the map for this one? Apocalypse. Alright, Eo versus earob. The winner gets Kiko. Apparently they played on this map in preseason and it took them 40 minutes. We're hoping that doesn't happen again. Okay, we'll keep an eye on to see if anything fancy happens this time. Imagine we're both going to get standard openers. I know earob does play, like I said, a pretty similar style to me as opener, at least. I feel like probably very rare to see a gasless expand here. And pretty much 12 Nexus on any map, so that doesn't really matter, but I think I'm not sure exactly how the rush distance kind of plays out here. I mean, you do have to go around like a fair amount of terrain and stuff. So it seems maybe a little bit longer than it looks. But either way, we're not getting a 12 Nexus, we're not going to get a gasless CC. Gas comes down for both players. So far, everything looking a little bit normal. Looks like we did do kind of a little bit of an interesting scout timing for earob. It wasn't after gateway. It was before core started. After gas finish? No, because I guess you start core and gas at the same time. Just kind of a, you know, kind of a whatever scout timing. Doesn't really matter that much. Cleo starting his Marines. Second depot comes down. I imagine we're going to cancel the SCV here. Okay, we're not going to cancel the SCV, so our factory is going to be a little bit late. Not that big of a deal. A few seconds later than you like it. I mean, if you're going for a Vulture Opener, it can make a bit of a difference. If you're getting Zealot harassed too, like if it's like a big Zealot rally, then you obviously want that Vulture faster as well, so those few extra seconds can matter. Is a single Zealot coming. And then Dragoon range and Dragoon behind that, it looks like. Going up to our 3rd Marine, but we're going to get pushed back here. I think we have decent SimCity. Zealot can't fit through here, so we got this to like kind of walk through. So it's going to be really hard for them to find damage. It comes down to like the SCV RNG. Probe actually getting in the way a little bit there. And gonna be one more hit for the SCV, but it's gonna finish in time, so the Vulture is gonna be started now. Dragoon is on the way. I'd like to see some damage come down on these Zealots, or on these Marines. One Marine is gonna rally into the Dragoon, so the Dragoon's gonna get some free shots here. We did get 2 hits on 2 of these Marines, so that's actually really, really good for earob. So there's 2 Marines that are 1 shot away right now. You have to make additional Marines, which really, really hurts for the Terran here. Wants to start a CC, but I'm going to pull SCVs and stuff here to try and deal with this and shoo this away. Our command center is going to be a little bit late. Nexus could have been a little bit sooner as well, but it's not that big of a deal. But a 2nd Dragoon comes down now, and this is suddenly becoming a pretty big issue. We haven't been able to start our bunker yet. Going to come up behind this, but the Marine gets popped. We got the Vulture with 1 hit left and running down to the corner. That's going to die. This is an absolute disastrous start for Glioburd right now. And this kind of does come down a little bit to what I was saying. Like, that Vulture needed to be sooner to chase the Zealots away and kind of kill the Zealot before the Goons can show up. But honestly, like, delaying those like 5-6 seconds to get that extra SCV out, this can be what happens when you do that. You actually trap one of the Dragoons here. Marine desperately trying to get to the bunker, but gets picked off. Siege tank probably on the way. 1 Goon goes down. Targeting the SCV building the command center. I really like that play. But we've had to make so many extra Marines. The SCVs do surround and kill another Dragoon, so we have 1 Dragoon that's low HP. So a really good start for earob. I just would like to have seen the Nexus come down sooner. And I'm not sure what our SCV or our pro production was in the meantime. Nexus is done, but it's not blinking. We haven't started our transfer. There's our transfer. How much are we transferring here? 9 probes. That's okay. 9 probes is kind of okay. It's a little bit later of a Nexus, so you would have a couple more probes if you're on top of your pro production, so none's okay here. That being said, we probably missed like a cycler too, it looks like. Which is gonna happen, like when you're microing, obviously it's really hard to keep everything going at the same time. But good start for Rob. I feel like it could have been a little bit better. But killed a few SCVs, forced a lot of extra Marines, which is a big deal. Made the CC a bit later than you would like for it to have been. But Cleo doing a good job of getting like surrounds on the goons and kind of stabilizing a little bit here. You have the shuttle and Reaver tech. We are going to see Reaver play. Our eBay isn't started at all. Glioburd actually looking for a drop. Pretty decently timed 3rd Nexus, I feel like, for Rob, especially considering the opening. Went pretty well, so he's unlikely to be under any, like, dangerous timing pushes. There's a lot of high ground as well in this map. So if there was, like, a timing push coming, you can abuse it. Our Dragoon count is only at 4, so it could have been a little bit risky, because we did commit to the Reaver tech a bit early. Even making a Zealot, which is interesting. Really, we have the gas. Third gateway coming down. You can go up to like 4 gateways right now, I feel like. While we're taking our third here. Something I never do, but should do. I'll do things like have 4 bases on one gateway sometimes. Do not recommend that you do that. Terrible thing to do. Oh, the Zello is for the shuttle. Okay, okay. I see why we made it. That makes sense. Goon's coming out distracting him a little bit here, but actually turned our shuttle back around. So maybe that was a mistake. Because I know it has the Reaver in it. Like we're going up to the ramp here. I guess just to catch the vultures. We did get a Wraith, actually. For sniping the shuttle. This is just a random thing. I don't think he saw anything that told him he needed a Wraith. I feel like we just kind of went for the Wraith. Maybe meta-gaming his opponent a little bit. Sorry, 1 second. Okay, got the dropship coming, but it was spotted by the observer here. So earob doing a good job of watching his mini-map at least. Gonna move to intercept this, but gonna be a tank and 2 vultures. Yeah, gonna reload this. And we're gonna lose the dropship with only 1 vulture getting out. Might get like... Oh, sorry, 2 vultures got out. Be a little bit careful with your probes here. Kind of playing with fire. I'm like really worried right now. That made me really nervous. That could have been a disaster. So the shuttle's going to swing all the way around the top side and not get spotted. So we're going to get inside and get a little bit of damage here now. Ooh, first hit is huge. We have 10 kills on this Reaver now. Oh, we're to 11. I think maybe one of those was a vulture, or like mine or something. Wraith is going to jump on top of that shuttle, so the Reaver is going to have to be unloaded. I'd like to have seen it at least go down in the main. It's kind of doomed at this point, but the damage still totally worth it for earob. Force the pull, killed a bunch of SCVs. Punishing the very late eBay from Glioburd here. Okay, so the Wraith goes down and we actually save the Reaver. Okay, that was the better call then. The only thing is, during this, earob's multitasking does drop a little bit. Gonna need some more gateways for sure. Floating about 2,000 minerals here. But once he spends that money, he'll be in a pretty good spot. And he's done enough damage that he could take an extra base. We see that it's 5 factory here. We didn't confirm whether or not Glio's going for 3rd base, but he might not be. Okay, there's the armory. I was gonna say I didn't see an armory. But earob in a really good position right now. It's gonna be a really late 3rd, just now starting for Glioburd. They're at 6 o'clock. I feel like earob spends his money, confirms the 3rd, then we could take the top base here, which he is looking to do. But there was no escort here, and there are vultures here. Picks off the probe. A little bit of a nuisance. But we did see when earob lost to Do Life, he did kind of drop the ball a bit on expanding. See if maybe he makes the proper adjustment here. Actually gonna send the probe up here, but there's also a vulture here that's gonna kill this probe before the goons get here. Okay, good reaction from earob. Like there's a bit of a misclick from Glio. Did have a chance to still kill that probe. Looking for a vulture run by here. Cannon does finish up, but the top is open, so these vultures are going to get in, actually target down the cannon here. Which actually gives the probes a chance to get out. In the meantime, more vultures running in, but getting intercepted by these dragoons. A single vulture getting out here. Good catch there for Rob. Does get his 4th base up. We'd like for it to have been a main base, but settling for this is fine, and we can go for the main base after. I still don't think I don't know if we confirmed the third or not. I'm gonna assume that. I mean, you can kind of assume at this point. We're at 12.5 minutes. We just dealt with 2 vulture run-bys. So it's very unlikely that he's going to be going for a timing push if he's losing so many vultures. See, I'd like to see earob try and secure the top base as well, especially after killing out this vulture. Like just escort in a probe over there and get this base and get a bunch of gateways in there as well. It's very important to have multiple bases for gateways because it makes it much harder for Terran to make a choice on where to push. If they push into one, like defending these tropes and stuff with Storm and everything, not as bad on Apocalypse because you don't have the uphill to go through. But you can still make it miserable for them and they have to worry about your counterattacks from the other bases the entire time. Or flanks and anything like that. You just get a lot of opportunity as Protoss when you have multiple bases with multiple gateways. Sitting up on this high ground, gonna make it very hard for Glio to move up and out of his base. But Glio should be pretty content to sit here on 3 base for a little bit. We have our double armory going, working towards our 2-1. So he's not planning on coming out anytime soon here. Which is why it's so important that earob secures these extra bases as soon as possible. Is this vulture going to move to intercept? You might not know it's there. Dropship's going to get jumped on top of. Unloads 1 tank, but it's going to get picked off. This is definitely a drop meant to hit this base here. And with that, earob will be able to secure this base now. That being said, a lot of vultures coming in. Actually gonna get the surround on these dragoons and get his mines down. Like we kind of looked away for a minute. I mean, we still have plenty of time to get it's up there. Bring some more dragoons, just bring them back. Like, these 4 vultures aren't gonna kill us very quickly. We did get an EMP on this Arbiter, so really, really good by Glioburd recognizing that. Okay, I'm gonna bring a shuttle and a reaver. That's fine too. Good enough. Just don't. Okay, we have the observer here. Okay, so we'll get that base secured still. Leo did make it a little bit of a pain, but it's gonna work out fine for earob here. It's just Glio's supply is starting to look pretty good. And we're gonna have 2-1 here very soon. We scanned uphill, see that the army that's kind of contending us here is not strong. We also don't have any storms yet. Playing Gateway Man with Arbiter against without storm is extremely dangerous against these like big Terran pushes. Also got like random mines placed around that's being a bit of a nuisance. Not enough energy for an EMP right now. We have, I think, 2 stasis ready. Yeah, we have 2 stasis ready if we want to go for it. Does kind of spread his arbiters, worried about the MP, but it's not actually there. First stasis gets us 3 tanks here, but armies is not big enough. We have units all over the place right now. We did save the energy on this one, so hopefully it goes for a recall here because this is absolutely wide open. Like a recall counterattack right now on Glioburd would be absolutely devastating. Okay, moving in for the recall here, right as Glioburd is pushing out. Gonna recall this army here, yep. Leo skins ahead here, sees there's there's nothing here, so he's gonna go for the counter push here. We like really need to get gateways up as fast as possible here. Just like I was saying before, make a whole bunch of army. It's okay to turtle it here and just make it a bit of a nightmare for Glio to finish you while you're doing this counter damage. Recall was a little bit small though. This might actually not be enough damage. And this is a pretty decent sized army, and we don't have a lot to deal with this right now. I mean, with a few army rotations, we can clean this up. Now we're gonna have this army here. We have enough for, like, we're gonna have 2 stasis. So if he gets all of his stuff together right now, he can clean this up. And Rob would be in a good position. In the meantime, we have this vulture that was kind of hidden up here. Is gonna get behind here and start killing a bunch of mineral probes. See how earob kind of does this crisis management here. I mean, this was like a very good distraction, right? And creating skirmishes is what you want to be doing as Protoss in this situation while you're getting pushed. You know, Terran's only on 3 base, so creating skirmishes and just killing as much as you can. As you, like, rebuild and remax very quickly as Protoss here, is how you win this game. You don't beat the army in a straight-up fight, so you create chaos like he was doing. But he has enough army to clean this up. You definitely want to get this before he regroups. We have, like, a full surround set up. If we just send out our units and clean this up, I'd feel pretty good about his position right now. But we also need to be spending our money. earob is floating 3,000 minerals in the meantime. Big vulture swell here going to 12 o'clock as well. Pretty big stasis on this army, but might not necessarily be a good thing. I mean, earob supply is looking a little bit low right now. Can you tell I'm biased, by the way? Can't help it. Talking about what earob needs to do instead of Glio. He is going to clean this push up, and even though he's down supply, as long as he can clean like all of this up without losing too much, it's kind of okay. I mean, we lost our 3rd base. No, it's not okay. Our 4th base isn't mining, we lost our 3rd base, and we're losing 12 o'clock at the same time. I think there's our first storm of the fight so far of the game. Relying on Arbiter DPS right now. We have 4 Arbiters, no anti-air. It's starting to look a little bit dire here for earob. I guess the DT did come out and clean this up during all the chaos. And DT can be extremely good in these situations because it's so hard for Terran to keep up with all the fighting that's happening everywhere. Don't forget scans or not be looking, and DT can get a lot of value sometimes. The problem we have right now is the eco for earob. Our main and natural are pretty much mined out, and that's all we have for mining right now. Rebuilding pros at the 12 o'clock, but we have these vultures here. I'd like to see us get our army up on the high ground before this unfroze. I'd be looking for a refreeze here. But as the dust settles, I feel like Leo's in a much better situation. And like setting up a siege tank here in case there's another recall that comes in. But during all this, Glio did a good job of taking a 4th base as well. So I feel like he's in a very, very strong position now. Looks like this Nexus might get cleaned up. These probes are gonna die. We got one probe out. That's the transfer we needed. Okay, we got a recall here. That's pretty good. Like, this is the right idea. It's just, eco-wise, not looking very good. Gonna try and jump on top of the CC. But this shouldn't go down because surely we're gonna lift it, right? Okay. He lost it to a lurker earlier, so I'm a little bit traumatized by that. Okay, I mean, this is like skirmishing that we need to make. We did take our third base back in the meantime. But we need to get more value than what we're getting right now. Like, stopping the fourth base is great, obviously. But we need to get, like, good army trading value while we're doing it. Which really needs to be done with Storm. I mean, we're floating 2100 minerals. At this point, don't be ashamed to make Archons, even. Leo jumping on top of these probes, and every probe right now for Rob is very, very precious. But at the same time, Glio's eco is not looking that good either. I mean, our main and natural are dried up, we're in one base, so trading vultures for probes. Kind of a double-edged sword there, I feel like. Fortunate pathing here. I mean, every unit is so precious right now. Does have 2 storms on this. Third base kind of up and running again, transferring back to the fourth base here. I mean, when the dust settles, it's very, very even right now. Be careful running through these mines. But the vultures do a good job swinging around here. They're actually going to be able to jump on top of this. We have these... We actually have a bunch of probes tucked down here that earob's not aware of. Tries to pull through this when he had the cannons here, so this is all of those probes. Okay, there are actually Archons coming out now from earob, so a little bit of optimization there. That's fine. Moonwalk from the vulture to get out. Messed up. Ah, if only he knew about these probes, like... These 6 probes is a big deal right now. Does move to kind of intercept these here at this base, which is really nice. Gonna lose a few more probes though. Ah, we walk our Templar into the mine. His vulture harass is pretty huge right now for Glio. He's trying to retake the fourth base here at the same time. We do have an Arbiter here in position. Just kind of gonna see it. Probably a forgotten Arbiter more than anything. Maybe I was looking for a recall, but we actually don't need to recall this base. I mean, Leo's pretty much starved out. We're just having a hard time with the vulture harass right now. Losing our Templar as they come out hurts a lot. Hey, what's up, Toot? This is such a big deal. I mean, look at our mineral income right now. Like, these 6 extra probes is like 50% more mining for us. An Arbiter got recalled, or EMP'd, but we have a second one coming in for recall, and I really, really like this play. This is all of Glio's mining. So we're trying to deal with this vulture harass in the meantime again. Glio just constantly running vultures around and killing all these probes. Recall comes down, killing the workers here. Glio is now on absolutely no mining whatsoever. Is earob going to pull this off? He goes down in the Archon, but it does not save the CC. And we need some, like, pretty big storms. We have such a small amount of army, but we're mining and Glio's not. I just wish so bad we discovered these probes. It honestly is, like, game-changing. Jumping on top of these tanks. Getting a couple more tank kills here. Got some storms ready to come down. Hopefully. Hopefully we notice. Not gonna notice. Is this gonna be another, like, crazy close loss? These games tonight have been kind of wild, some of them. Oh no, we're gonna lose the Arbiter Arbiter with enough energy for a stasis as well. Okay, we found the probes, but it might actually be too late. I mean, imagine these 6 probes are mining that entire time, right? Got our shuttle and zealot here, we got a Templar over here. It's just every unit we can get together right now is precious. And unfortunately, we found these right as the vultures were set up to run in again. Oh, we're up to 800 minerals right now, like... Get a stasis on these 3 tanks, buy some time, just optimize our mining a little bit more. I didn't like that stasis though. Rob, we're so close. Cleo's gonna take the win. What a crazy back and forth game. I know it's very biased casting, but can't help it. Losing hurts my feelings. Yo, Saiyan. You never followed me? What the heck? Appreciate the follow, man. If you guys ever want to check out a real caster, Saiyan's the guy. Got really high level casting content on his YouTube channel. I find myself listening to them every now and then when I kind of wind down and chill out. He's also the one that did the cast for my Artosis game that I posted on there. Alright, so next we got Hiko versus Glioburd, a TVT. Favorite. Yeah, it's not even on bracket, yeah, or on challenge. Just joining because it was 5:30 a.m. your time. And it kind of sucks. So you Kind of needed more Zergs. The Zerg representation was unfortunate tonight, we'll say. You guys like TVT? Let me ask this. Is there actually anybody here that would like TVT? Does anybody see TVT and they're like excited? The winner of this gets big SemiH, unfortunately. Okay, sorry. Not a whole lot to talk about in the beginning. That being said, why is Glioburd? Glioburd is so far behind on minerals. What happened? Okay, we're going CC first, but our mining is like way behind Kiko's right now. It's really unoptimized splitting, I guess. Like really unoptimized. Yeah, Kiko was just like a big mining lead here in the beginning. Not entirely sure what happened here. Oh, maybe it was, I think Glio must have, like, queued up a bunch of SCVs or something and then cancelled. I think that's what we were looking at. I think that's what happened. It just confused me for a second. It's just I saw Kiko's barracks come down and Glio's at, like, 30 minerals or something. I was like, what? I think that's what he did, though. I think he queued up a bunch of SCVs and then cancelled. Just because it doesn't really matter. So we got CC first versus a standard opener from Kiko here. But I think CC first and TVT counts as kind of standard in TVT. I see it a lot. It's like saying the 12 Nexus isn't standard in PVT. It's very standard. Alright, so Kiko gets the scout off, sees what's happening, we're gonna get the bunker to come down. And we're gonna see the DC and vultures come out. So my understanding how you play against this, if you are in Kiko's position, you just make a bunch of vultures and go mines for map control, and then you kind of have like the map control lead, and you can do what you want from there. You don't have to worry about like a tank push timing or anything like that coming out of Glio here, because he won't be able to get through all the mines. You can take like a faster third or kind of whatever you want to do. I feel like faster third is probably typically the safer response. So we'll just work the vulture out here and make sure no scouting comes out, getting mine upgrade, and just we're gonna keep making vultures. Okay, we're actually gonna go in. Actually led with the SCV, so the SCV took all the damage. I've not seen that play before, but it's like really, really smart. Because you're not gonna get like vultures out of this Terran. It's like almost always going to be a tank follow-up. So being very annoying with this this here. Try and get as much damage as I can before the tank comes out. Okay, 6 kills. Okay, we're going to lay mines on top of the tank. Nice. Like, this vulture is getting so much value. I've never seen this response, but really, really smart. Okay, Marine does clear one of the mines. So the tank's not going to die when it pops out. But we're losing a bunch of mining. Tank's going to take the hit, and then it's going to get repaired. But while we do that, I mean, this vulture's going to keep wreaking havoc. Could have swung a tank around this side. Up to 9 kills now. 10 kills. I mean, the game's just over. What a vulture, huh? Oh no, it's a disaster. I mean, Kiko's up. Yeah, GG, good luck. Yeah, the game's over. Won the right to go to bed. Alright, it's gonna be Kiko and Semi in the finals. Yeah, best of 5. Technically, after 15 minutes, there's supposed to be a walkover. I'm not actually like an admin, I'm just... I'm just trying to get Kiko not to quit. There might not be a finals. You guys may have just played for second place. By roughly 10 minutes. Huh. Didn't get to watch any PvPs. I purposely didn't watch any ZVZs. Which got all PvZ and PvT. One TVZ. But I didn't end up watching like any of the loser bracket stuff till like quarterfinals. We are waiting for Semi. Hopefully, Kiko still plays it out. Yeah, wake up. What's up, Kiko? And then we're just kind of hanging out and waiting, I guess. Yeah, there's like nothing to do. Just searching through like YouTube, looking at videos that I can't watch. That's pretty much it. I know it's a hard matchup. I mean, Simi's really good too. My opinion, when I didn't even know Simi was in CPL. I actually had no clue. When I saw Simi was in the bracket, I was like, what? Dude's like S rank if he would actually play. I mean, he rolls us in K League when he plays. Protoss, man. I don't know if you heard me talk about this earlier. You know how like I typically am a macro player. And someone asked me to stream so they could watch while they were getting ready for bed. And seen Azhi beat Ardo, he's a pro leaguer. I mean, you know, it can happen, I guess. I would not be able to consistently beat Artosis. I caught him on a really good day for me. But it does motivate me to, like, really practice. But anyway, somebody was asking me to ladder, and they were gonna watch. And it was like 3 AM or something, so I was like way too tired. So I just made a different account, and I just cheesed. And after like an hour and 20 minutes, I had 2100 MMR. And it was really depressing because the first time, like, my highest rank is like 2147 or 67 or something like that. It was really depressing that I don't even cheese. Like, I was just making stuff up. Just completely winging it, making stuff up. And to get, like, mid-A that easily, just doing random stupid stuff, was, like, really depressing. And the games are always quick when you do stuff like that. It was like an hour and a half. I was like 7-1, and my only loss was because I tried to play a normal macro build against a Zerg that cheesed me. Unbelievable. You can practice more, yeah. But it just, I don't know. It made me think, like, this is why Protoss players are the way they are. 10 more minutes? Oh no. It was 15 minutes, 12 minutes ago. Trying to get hungry, not good, I guess, at 2 AM. I've been eating pretty badly. I've been bad about eating really late, too. I I did say I talked to Artosis. Well, I didn't like talk to him, but he was talking in his chat after I beat him, and he said something like about how, sorry, I don't know if you heard that in my mic, about how it didn't feel any different playing against me as opposed to playing against Jaeyun. Which, obviously, Jaeyun's much, much better than me, right? I know that's not what he meant, but I kind of agreed in the sense that when I play PvT, I'm doing the same thing no matter what MMR my opponent is, you know what I mean? I don't, like, adjust or do anything different. I do the same, make a bunch of units, mass expand, make Arbiter, Templar, and then transition to carrier if I need to. It doesn't matter what rank I'm playing against. I play the exact same way no matter what. So I do kind of agree from that sense that I could feel the same for Terran players playing against lower rank Protosses. Bike? Right, how far away is the store again? Got 45 minutes to the store or what? Oh, yeah, that's right, Keen doesn't play either. Leo posted his loss to Kiko, and he did the vulture emote to go with it. Leo seems like a pretty funny guy. Seems chill. I hope he makes it. He looked pretty solid. There's like a few things he can clean up. I mean, Kiko showed me something I've never seen before with the SCV lead into the Vulture run by, which is smart because the timing is great because the it's always going to be a tank follow up. It's never going to be Vultures behind CC first. Is Data casting finals right now? Not just that Reavers are fat and slow. Like, they're not slow because they're fat. It is crazy. If you think about how Protoss is supposed to be this, like, high-tech, like, genius, intelligent race, right? And the best they could come up with the Reaver, for the Reaver, was a hand on the mouth that just, like, pulls it. That's really the best they could think of. They couldn't, like, give it wheels or something. They had to give it a hand. Just a single hand. The thing is, I need to get up at 6 a.m. and now is 2:30 a.m. You are you Germany? I feel like I heard you were German. Bulgaria, okay, okay. I know you're probably like really motivated to not win any games. I kind of felt that way when I was like, well, if he's late, we can give you a free win to even the score up, and I feel like your response was like, how does that help? That doesn't help the situation. Just make it a best of 3. Yeah, no, I get that, for sure. I wouldn't blame you at all either. I appreciate you making that sacrifice. I feel like this happens to you a lot in CPL, that you're playing like in the middle of the night though. Because I feel like, I'm pretty sure we had a couple games before you were playing like 2 or 3 a.m. your time. Maybe that was Silent Storm. That was somebody. Can I do 2-5? I mean, you do whatever you want to do, man. Okay, I've decided I'm getting pizza tonight. I'm not fat enough. Not fat at all. I have a serious pizza problem. I'm addicted to pizza and blessed with a lifestyle that allows me to eat too much pizza without getting fat. Points for a stretch. I should do some actual commands. I stretch all the time anyway, but I was thinking yeah, I'm not sure. I need to come up with some ideas for actual redemptions though. I had some for a while and I took a bunch of them down. Well, I took like all of them down. I got a VIP and a troll thing redeemed. It was like I made forever go to tease somebody. Yeah, I need to update that stuff. No problem with pizzas, it's full of vegetables. I mean, mine's not. The only problem I have with vegetables on my pizza is it completely ruins it, you know? Okay, how long has it been here? 6:09, it's been 25 minutes now. At this point, even if it's just for my own sake, because I got stuff to do too, I gotta go milk. Like, I'm gonna be really late getting out to milk. Let's just call this a best of 3. We'll say that Semi forfeited one match, it's tied 1-1, whatever. We're gonna call it a best of 3 instead of a best of 5, because I need to go, Kiko needs to go. We still got at least a couple games to go. So if you're down with that, or you can start down, those are really your two choices. You need to make it a best of 3 or you can start down 0-1. But just if you win a couple matches, then we don't have to go the extra game. And Simi's late enough that he technically would have given a walkover by now, because it's supposed to be 15 minutes. We're coming up on almost 30. Yeah, that's fair. 2:45, you're gone, and I understand that. That's fine. Because this is way too long of a wait for a best of series here. In the middle of the night for you. Yo, Herb Mon. For the raid, dude. This is the grand finals waiting room. Yo, yo, yo. How was your stream? I assume you were laddering a bunch. Big chillin'. Starcraft. So I wanted to know, man. I'm very passionate about Starcraft. Practice games with Nesh and Nomad. That's a Terran and a Toss? Nesh is Terran, right? It's pretty good. Good practice partners. Passionate enough to play this game for years, absolutely. It's funny because obviously, like, I have a serious passion for the game. I've been playing it since it came out. There were a few times where I tried to resist, tried playing some other games or thinking like maybe I won't like full commit to this game. And then, what are we at, like 25 years later? I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna play Starcraft all the time. Why fight it? If I love playing the game, why fight it? Feel the same way, yeah. This is like it's like StarCraft 2 came out, and there's like all these other games that come out, and it's like you feel like you shouldn't be playing something so old, but there's just no denying this is like one of, if not the greatest game ever made. And I have a lot of goals that I want to achieve and accomplish, so yeah, no reason to quit early. Once I win ASL a few times, then I feel like it's time to quit. Yeah, like ASL versus you. Absolutely, dude. No, right now my immediate goal, I haven't been laddering for the last like month, but my immediate goals right now is S rank with Protoss and A rank with Terran. And I was gonna ladder tonight, but this is taking way longer than I thought it would. Okay, Semi's finally here. We're not gonna ladder tonight, but I'm gonna be taking ladder super serious starting tomorrow. Casting always takes way longer, yeah. If you need practice. Hey, what's up, Dad? Yeah, that's the other thing too, and that's part of why I've been able to improve as fast as I did. I got really good practice partners, and I have Wolfix coaching me. He's here, we're doing it. Oh baby. Was that it was like a 30-minute wait? Not bad. Zane's a fantastic caster. Why even say something so obvious? Just say thanks for doing your job. Score, we just started the finals, but Kiko came out of the loser bracket, or lower bracket, because we don't like to say loser, I guess. Semi won the winner's bracket, so Semi is winning 1-0, and it's a best of 5. First map, Apocalypse, and the loser chooses the map. So what we've seen from Semi so far is he has played 12 Nexus, every single PvT. That being said, I don't know, well, I would say I don't know that this is a good 12 Nexus map, but I feel like 12 Nexus is viable on any map. So we'll see. We'll see what he does here. I do know Kiko likes to play the gasless expand style. I've seen him do it quite a bit, and he did it against Semi as well. But he did it against 12 Nexus, and then Semi also likes to do the mini version. That being said, we do have the gateway coming down. So it is our first non-12 Nexus game from Semi here. We'll see if Kiko goes for gasless or not. If this is the game where he decides to go gasless, he will have a bit of an advantage. But there is also a chance that Kiko won't go for it. You know, see, there's the gas. There's a chance he wouldn't go for it because he ran into 12 Nexus earlier, and he was also watching and saw SemiH. Did it a couple times as well, so. Just gonna get standard looking openers for now. SCV Scout coming out. Gonna be a core Scout from SemiH. So this is about the latest Scout that you want to go for as Protoss that I'm aware of. I think maybe V12 Nexus, I guess it is a bit slower. But off of this build, then 4 Scout is what you kind of want to go for, and that's typically what I do as well. We'll see if he does 23 Nexus, Rangeless Expand, something like that. Couple options here for Protoss still. See if we cancel the Marine here, start the Factory. Okay, we're not going to cancel, so Factory is going to be a little bit later. This won't really matter unless SemiH does a Zealot here. I mean, it's still good to get the Factory earlier either way. But like, if you're not scouted early, you can skip the Marine. If you don't want to skip the Marine though, then you should cancel the SCV to get the Factory a little bit faster, but might not come into play too much here. We'll see what happens. A little bit of a slower Factory. Robo's gonna die. We got our 3 Marines out. The Dragoon is chasing the SCV here, but with 3 Marines, you don't need the bunker either way. You can just drop the CC here without the bunker. So a couple options there, like if the Dragoon's chasing the SCV, and you're on 2 SCV, or 2 Marines, sorry, you can typically drop the CC first, and then worry about the bunker. But since you're on 3 Marines, it doesn't even matter. If the Dragoon came straight across, 3 Marines will be the Dragoon, and he did know that he skipped Zealot. We are going no Vulture again, so Kiko did skip the Vulture earlier as well when he played the standard opener. SemiH did also send both Dragoons across, which this can be super risky. If the Vulture did come out and he was chasing the SCV, he wouldn't have known that. So it could have been very possible a Vulture would come into his base right now. So a bit risky that we didn't leave a Dragoon behind, but it is going to be okay here since it is going to be tank first. And we're not making more Marines, so this is not going to be a timing push, it looks like. Unless we just do it with the 3 Marines. Not playing with fire here. So we're going to stay on the bunker and actually going to kill it, which can be a bit of a pain if the extra Dragoon was coming. But it was staying at home. Did almost lose a Dragoon in the meantime. And I guess with that damage, Kiko deciding he wants to push aggressive is going to kill that Dragoon as well, which is actually really nice for Kiko. Get some extra damage on this Dragoon as well. Yeah, he's not going to overcommit. It would be dangerous to do so. But traded 1 Marine for a Dragoon. It's actually a pretty good start there for Kiko, taking advantage of him overcommitting to that bunker a little bit. I mean, he kills the bunker, so I don't know if it's an overcommit, but we're going to actually go for a push here. But with 4 Dragoons out, attacking uphill, we are continuing to replay some Marines. Might wait for a 3rd tank. But SemiH has enough Dragoons that he could deflect this very easily, especially if he's sitting uphill. But this is 2 volleys with the 4 Dragoons to kill a tank. We're gonna go for a 3rd tank here. eBay started here as well. Gonna be Reaver play from SemiH. SemiH does like to play Reaver a lot. The staple of many Protoss players. With 3 tanks, this could get a little bit sketchy for SemiH with only 4 Dragoons here. He's doing a good job of kind of like using the high ground here. Gets 1 volley, but does get the Dragoon bug that we all know and love. Kiko may be thinking of trying to get to the low ground, but I mean, we've taken so long now that extra Dragoons are coming out, so it's becoming really, really dangerous to go for this. Dragoon's gonna move forward, kind of moving shot, kills 1 tank, kills 2 tank. The mine goes off and kills some of the Dragoons here. Gonna walk into this, but we are gonna kill that last tank, and the Reaver comes out, so somebody's gonna hold this. Not too bad all in all from Kiko. Like, I definitely thought I was gonna go worse than that, but still not that great of a position. The only thing that's going well for Kiko right now is that SemiH has not taken a third yet at 7 minutes. We're gonna look to try and get some extra value out of this Reaver. The turrets are up, and they're pretty decently placed that the shuttle can't drop the Reaver without being in range of the turret. We're gonna drop it off here and go for the turret. Actually, because of that repair, it's gonna take an extra shot, which does allow the Terran to repel the Reaver here. Starts rebuilding the turret, set down some extra mines. I almost wouldn't even mind Kiko backing up and kind of baiting the unload, but I'm not sure if SemiH actually saw it or not. Does have a bit of a space here, and SemiH is so good about finding like these little bitty openings with this Reaver. You get just tiny bits of damage here and there. That SCV taking that Reaver shot like a champion. And now the Reaver is very, very low. We have to be careful, so we're gonna take that back home now. I imagine we got a second Reaver popping out maybe soon. Third base coming down behind this Kiko, going up to his 4 factories. The Vulture is going to be sharking around the map here. Or just tucking in a corner. We do see the command center idling a lot, and we saw this from Kiko earlier. It's like one of the only kind of obvious holes I see in Kiko's game. Just a lack of SCV production. Third base done for SemiH here, and the tech behind this, we're just going to go Forge, 4 Gateway. Eventually walk into a mine, but Protoss takes care of itself. And he's going to just look to position here to deny a third, use the Reavers here to harass any move outs. In the meantime, we do have this Vulture counterattack that kind of snuck around. Kiko not quite able to keep up with the multitasking, but we are getting the Vulture in here. We killed off these Zealots, and we're on these probes now, killing probes, which is great for Kiko. Goons are going to come back, walk through some mines, and still not die. Okay, this is really good damage from Kiko now. At this point, we're just commit the Vultures and keep killing probes. I mean, we cleared an entire probe line. We're at 2 kills, 7, 11 kills. SemiH's goons didn't quite come all the way back. Maybe watching this Reaver a little bit. But still, these Vultures are alive. And this is so much probe damage from Kiko. Gonna swing around with these 2 Reavers. There is a tank in position. And suddenly, SemiH's eco is not looking very good. Got +1 on the way for Kiko. More Vultures here on the outside. Okay, that took a lot of steam out of SemiH there. So as long as Kiko could secure a third... Oh, we lost our barracks. Yeah, our barracks died, so we can't make any more factories. He might have... I guess he would have died more factories and kind of realized it. Meanwhile, sorry, I missed this. Another Vulture getting inside. I guess those 2 came around. Killing even more probes. Another 4 probes going down for 2 Vultures. There's the Reaver value, picking off. That second Scarab just did 0 damage or what? Seems fair. CC is going to get cancelled. Only issue we're having with Kiko right now is these two Reavers. I mean, SemiH's Reaver control getting a lot of value. But his economy is pretty ugly right now. Finally, I feel like we're in position to take our third now for Kiko. SemiH's been very good about this all night tonight, just using the Reavers to delay expanding. And just get these like tiny bits of value. We're at 10 kills, 14 kills right now on these two Reaver. Now we're killing mines, it doesn't count. It counts, but it doesn't count. Ugh. But because of SemiH taking all the damage, there's not much like tech follow-up here. I think we actually dodged that last mine, possibly. It was very close. I think we have one Reaver there and two Reavers here. Yeah, that's what we're looking at. So SemiH actually running double Reaver harass right now. Does look away from this one though. Loses one of the Reavers, kills a few more vultures. Looking to come back in here, but Kiko was... Okay, never mind. Kiko did replace his turret like relatively quickly. Academy coming down is very, very late, but it's kind of understandable considering the amount of like harass going on that he's trying to deal with and also doing his own harass. Yeah, SemiH's Reaver control is nuts. Sometimes. SemiH going up to his 4th base now, but Kiko pretty comfortable on 3 bases. And with all that probe damage, like he should be feeling pretty good right now. Also, as a dropship coming down, could be a little bit vulnerable. This is a full wall, so the Dragoons can't get back there, so you'd have to rely on the shuttle, potentially. But he does see it here with this observer. Sees the movement from that, we'll see how he reacts to this. One more shuttles coming out of SemiH. Moving the Dragoons up to try and intercept this dropship, but a little bit late to do so, so the dropship is going to get past and it's going to be able to get back behind here, which is a bit of a pain. But we do have the shuttles here. So even with this, like these units tucked in here, yeah, he's going to be able to drop, so this will be fine. Kiko scans ahead, sees all the stuff here, sees the shuttles coming in and turns around. And he will sit on this incredibly useful ramp in the top right corner. Scans the main base, sees the archives finishing, so he knows he's not dealing with carrier this time. Fourth CC coming down from Kiko. Upgrades, a little bit late, but again, kind of under pressure, so a little bit of delay there. Looks like we're going for a 3 shuttle drop here. Gonna be just the 1 Reaver. Oh, another Reaver comes out right on top of either a mine or a siege shot, I'm not sure which one. Gonna lose all 3 shuttles, 2 Reavers. This will get cleaned up. It's gonna be a little bit annoying, but as long as we kill it without losing these armories, it's not too bad. But losing these armories would be a pain. Oh, we actually... we're not building scarabs, and it looks like we didn't build scarabs before we came in here. Counter drop from Kiko in the meantime. Looks like we didn't kill too many probes, but we do stop the mining at least. Yeah, really unfortunate that we did not continue making scarabs, because we absolutely could have denied this. Score is SemiH's up 1-0 right now. Yeah, if you made scarabs, we'd definitely be down this armory for sure. Probably both. Actually, definitely both, I feel like. It's a long time that we were up there. Yeah, it would have been huge. Getting the upgrade reset on a Terran is pretty massive. Bit of a redrop coming here, but there are 2 Dragoons here and a cannon finishing. Dropship's gonna go down. I get basically no damage. Okay. We are lucky that mine only killed 1 probe. That's crazy. Like +2 finished and we started +3 right away. So we're gonna have a 3-1 army upgrade here for Kiko. Meanwhile, just the +1 attack, going up to more gateways. We see no Arbiter tech or anything, but he does like to play a lot of shuttles. That being said, I think we only have 1 shuttle on the map right now. Still gonna clear this up, looking for more expansions. So I'm gonna look to take his 5th base here. Going for a bit of a vulture run by, but already cannons up everywhere. These are very low, so it's hard to imagine this gets any damage done. So we're just gonna lay mines like between the armies and stuff, and be kind of annoying for Protoss while we push up at the same time, and Semi not looking and leading off quite a few units there for free. Yeah, so we weren't actually looking for like probe damage or anything, but these mines behind army can be very, very strong. A lot of time observers get left behind or they're not with like the reinforcing armies, and yeah, you can pick off some free units like that. Gonna find this 5th base coming up. Mines do get a little bit of value here on the Zealots. But Kiko going up to 4 base, and also not really in position to do anything about this. And honestly, like Kiko's supply looking really good. Semi doesn't have a bank yet. We have 3 attack on the way for Kiko, and he's going to be maxed. So there is definitely a very strong chance of Kiko taking this game right now. Semi remaking his shuttles now, but there's not much potential for harass damage. Like maybe shuttle drops here for storm drops and things like that, but Kiko set up pretty decently defensively overall. Handled some of the drop harass earlier really well. And just all that probe damage he did in the beginning with the Vulture counterattack was pretty huge. Yeah, I mean, even if Semi's going up to 5 base, a 4 base Terran's totally fine with that base count. Semi looking to potentially go up here, but this is uphill, up a ramp, and these Templar a bit separated are going to get picked off by the Vultures here. And this is just a bad attack from Semi. You can't really go up the ramps like this into Protoss. But Semi may be feeling a little bit desperate, and I said it was bad. How are we making this work? I mean, we are missing a lot of army from Kiko, but that went way better for Semi than I thought it would have been, and it would have gone going uphill with all these Dragoons. Hello Bacon, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it, man. Yeah, the lack of Vulture support. Yeah, it's almost too tank heavy. And yeah, we had a bunch of armies sitting here at the natural still. That being said, it still wasn't bad for Kiko. I mean, we're even on supply. Semi maybe not with enough gateways, but without another main, it's a little bit hard to fit enough gateways in just 1 base. Like I said, even if you're trading as Kiko here, 4 base versus 5 base toss, which he's not even mining from the 5th base yet, it always feels good. We're on 3 attack upgrades and 002. This cannon actually sees the probe transfer, might actually think to swing around with these Vultures, but no, we're going to go uphill and actually pick off these High Templar. Gets 2 Templar. 3rd Templar goes down. So we have 1 Templar without enough energy for Storm. Gonna catch this probe. Bunch of cannons coming up here to defend this base now. I don't know, I don't think that's walled for Vulture. Meanwhile, Semi adding another gateway here. We have nothing for any arbiters or anything coming on the way. We just have the one shuttle, or sorry, 2 shuttles. 3 shuttles. But EMPs come down. It's our Templar that didn't have enough for Storm anyway. Drop off some Templar, but don't get the Storm off with that one. This is a good fight for Semi here. We have more supply as Kiko, but feels like our army's very small. That being said, still clean up the fight. Not a whole lot left over. Yeah, it's almost a little too tank heavy. But still good for Kiko. I mean, we're down 2k banked, but supply up a little bit. Really fine for Terran. Taking our... Actually, as the Terran, we're the one taking the main base. The biggest issue right now is Semi is sort of keeping the army back, but we're not getting any damage done. You catch these vessels, which is really, really nice. Second one is going to get away, though. Walk into some mines. Lead off a few more units. Possibly going to deny this base with maybe a Zealot or something and look for Templar drops, but this is like decently defended right now. Okay, it's Reaver. Okay, so we'll delay that, and we're going to check this, but we won't be able to commit here. In the meantime, we walk into a few more mines, unfortunately, take some more damage. And it looks like our shuttle just flew into the turrets and died. Now Kiko, even on supply, even on bank, we'll just shoot up a few more units, but 2-3 finished. 0-0-3 for Semi here. Yeah, Kiko is doing quite well. Here we come for this push. Another shuttle coming down here and possibly to look to continue to deny this base. Leaves this minefield behind him here. We have 2 observers, but we only have 3 goons. Trying to go uphill would take very, very long to clear that minefield. Gonna pick off at least one of the tanks here on the side. But not gonna be able to break through this ramp. So I'm gonna lose this base. Why no play? I didn't play because I haven't really been able to practice or anything for the last few weeks with Terran. And I saw they needed another caster, so I was like, hey, I'll just do all the T0 stuff today. Been doing BGH for like a week straight. Okay, Semi gonna come down and try to crush this army, but he is gonna lose all of his eco, even if he does clean this up, which it looks like we do have enough to clean it up. But this is great for Kiko right now. Might even try to target the Nexus. Okay. So we clear the entire probe line. Trade against the army is great for Kiko. Never went to rebuild this command center. Our third, main, and natural are all dried up. So if Kiko doesn't keep pressing the issue and expand, he still could be in a little bit of trouble. Like, if this army gets cleaned up, then suddenly we're kind of in a dangerous spot here. You have really good storm drops. We're actually going to unsiege. Kiko's going to growl, even though he's still, like, kind of okay. This is a few more tanks. Kiko, you're winning. You're winning, Kiko. He is tilting. It's a Kiko thing. And jump on top of this Reaver defending this base. And kill the Reaver, kill a couple more probes, stop the mining there. Let's finish this base. I mean, Kiko's still even on supply with his big upgrade advantage, like 3-3 Terran. I say upgrade advantage, but he's on the 3-3 mech right now. Just don't tilt Kiko. Kiko, you're in a good spot. As long as he continues expanding, we need to get on this base mining really badly. These 2 bases coming up, like Semi is suddenly in a really good spot again. Like, if this goes on for much longer, the mining difference is going to come back to bite Kiko. Just like waiting for one of these mines to go off. Kill all the vultures. Okay, we are going to deny this base temporarily. Reaver going to be coming down here. Semi's still at 27 minutes being incredibly annoying with his Reavers. Like, still remaking Reavers and being annoying with them. You usually don't see it happening this late in the game still. Let's catch a probe transfer here. So we could send a few more SCVs here as well. Like, we're not fully mining here, but okay, we're gonna catch that shuttle. I don't know if it had anything in it. Assume that it did though. We just need to clean this up, get back to mining, try and deny this base, which is in position to do so. Problem is, we just have so much army that's not a part of these fights a lot of the time. Like, he's still gonna hold this, but this needs to rejoin now before this all gets here. Like, if that was all coming down, he would actually be in such a good spot. His army is just trading so well right now. Oh, this Reaver. Okay, we killed a shuttle with the Reaver in it. SCV is coming. Like, this is such a scrap right now. We got tanks killing the base down here. More army coming down trying to join this. Yeah, Kiko needs this base badly right now. And there it is. The classic. We're getting to late game. We have 4,000 gas. Let's make 1 billion Templar. Okay. Okay. Can Kiko regroup? The CC is running away though. Like, we have to get the mining on this base. I mean, with this, if we can just push into this, take this base here. Dude, this is such a scrap. And this is one of those armies that you don't want too many tanks against. It's just Zealot, Archon, High Templar. Dude, this is so unbelievably close. Okay, this army gonna get cleaned up, but there's like nothing coming out of Semi. These two scans don't GG on me, Semi, or Kiko. Where is this command center going? We need this. We need this command center to be mining. Intercepting, yeah, more probes, but Storm's gonna come down. Good reaction from Kiko. I guess we were watching. And kill these probes. Where did our command center end up at? It's just going all the way back to 12 o'clock. Gonna go for drop harass on this base. I mean, we're pulling out everything we can. Scan ahead, see that it's okay to drop here. Gonna scan and see. The army's pretty small right now. The vulture value is like really huge too in these like small situations, like low eco situations. This tank gonna deny mining here. Like, we're gonna go to this base as well with the other one. I assume it's another tank, could be 2 vultures. Okay, 2 vultures gonna come out. Semi at least responding pretty quickly. Having to storm drop the single tank here to defend. Bleeding off more probes. This would all be amazing. Where did Kiko's command center? Okay, it's going all the way back now. Catching more of the probes, gonna even kill this cannon off here. And there's just this one Archon against 4 Vultures. With Micro, we beat this pretty easily. But we do have the extra army coming in here, so we're just gonna dance around a little bit and kill as many probes as we can. I mean, Semi's down to like... what, 4 probes now? Gonna go down to 3 here. The other one finishes. This is a scrap. We are storm dropping these tanks in the middle here, getting as much value as we can, but we're gonna lose the 2 Templar and the shuttle, and we only killed 1 single tank. Can Kiko get his army down here and secure this base? If we can... yeah, Kiko has plenty, actually. Maybe just massing Archon right now, because it's just the most efficient thing he can do. Yeah, Archons for mine clearing is good. I mean, Kiko has enough army, does he? Especially if they have EMPs. I mean, I assume he has EMPs. If he has EMP right here, Semi doesn't have an army at all. He is scanning and looking for the EMPs. Kiko's almost done mining. Semi with these AFK probes is like huge in this situation, but I mean, Semi's supply is really low. He just has like no workers right now. Kiko does have a lot of workers that need somewhere to go to mine. Scan ahead and get these Templar. I mean, 1 fat EMP on this and the game's over. Kiko, it's your chance! Yeah, we weren't looking, so we lose that that observer, or that science vessel there. Boom! There goes the big EMP, so all these are ready to die now. Like, unsiege and go. You just EMP'd like 6 Archons. And some of the Dragoons as well. Ah, but he's gonna sit, he's gonna keep scanning. Are these GG scans? Don't GG scan on me. Don't you do it, Kiko. Yeah, he doesn't know he's ahead. I'm afraid he's gonna tilt GG here in a second, because I know he's exhausted. But after that EMP, he had a huge window to go in and kill. I mean, it's still there, like the HP is... we're 26 shield right now. Still scanning around, looking at the army. I think he finally noticed that the army is like really small. And he has 3 vessels against like mass Archon. EMP is going to whiff a bit, but that's totally fine. We have plenty of EMPs. I mean, we have a lot of EMPs right now. And E-Matrix if they want that as well. Actually even found the time to like reset these mines too and be extra annoying. Need Protoss brain. True. Yeah, these 3 tanks are huge too. It really is. This really does feel like PTSD. Semi, possibly looking for a counterattack. Are these 3 tanks we left behind actually going to help us win the game? With this base down, Semi's basically not mining at all. Archons have been EMP'd over and over again. 3 tanks here in a mine. We got plenty of units behind to like save this as well if we want it. Semi will clean this up, but it's basically mined out and we're transferring here to this base. This is basically Semi's last attack. And it's kind of working. But I don't think we ever kill this army. Like, it's just not possible. Like, we're gonna clear this out, but Kiko did get his SCVs out here. He's mining. This army is way too big for Semi to ever clear. Semi's only got this one base mining here, with like a very low probe count, 11 probes only. Semi believes. Kiko scanning around, making sure there's no... Just scanning here, just check on the army here. Gonna try and chase down the army and kill it. Potentially. Branching off 2 siege tanks to kill this. Stop the last mining base of last of Semi's mining here. And Eco strategically leaving this pylon up to demoralize Semi, to show him how much he's mining. That's a 200 IQ Terran only move right there. I mean, Semi's gonna get down here and clear this up, but we have a single probe. Got one on gas here, one on gas here. And I think we just made a probe out of this Nexus. We're making probes, actually, out of the other Nexuses. Oh, we unsieged right as the army comes in. This is kind of a scary army, too. And we have storms. We're gonna get a big storm. Okay, we get the EMP off on the High Templar at least. I mean, Hiko's floating 1,500 minerals. Make a bunch of vultures. This tank line is still too big. We're with only Dragoons left. And Semi with 5 mining probes on minerals right now. I think it is safe to say that Kiko has done it. But my god, this was a battle. It's like Gen syndrome. It does. I just I can imagine, because that's how Gen would be. Like, if you're ever like, Gen, just attack him. You're like, if I attack him, he's gonna counter me with 6 recalls and 10 carriers. Like, Gen, he's on 1 base. GG. Good job, Kiko. Gonna get retro for our second map here. How tired is Kiko right now? Yeah, it's 1-1 now. This is where you retro him. This is gonna be the Reavers on the 3rd base. Does Semi ever do that? That doesn't feel like a Semi thing to do. This is 100% 12 Nexus from Semi. All right. What is this a clip of? Genshin syndrome. We got the early game. We don't have to talk about it too much. We've already talked about the early games, what they do. And just save my voice a little bit. Okay, not gonna be a 12 Nexus. So I was wrong. 100% was incorrect. How exactly does CPL work? They do a bunch of like pre-season matches to kind of establish like people's general rank, separate them into tiers, and then yeah, they separate them into teams with like coaching and stuff like that, and a lot of practice matches, and they do weekly matches, team against team, tier against tier, that kind of thing. And a death match. This gateway positioning feels like we're going Zealot. Promoted to coach? Is that how it works? Ranged, I think you're too good for it, man. I mean, technically, I think they said there's not an MMR cap, but you get very, very few A-rank players. I don't know why Simi's here. That being said, Simi lost to Kiko, so never mind. I know why Simi's here. Don't have time to coach yourself, you gotta coach yourself. Don't have time to coach myself though, I gotta coach myself. Yeah, what are you talking about, Ranged? What does that even mean? Standard builds in both last scout, yeah. Could be another long one. We're gonna get a 23 Nexus here. Oh, it is not a standard build. We are not getting a long game here. Eco said, I am way too tired to continue playing Starcraft. We're gonna go 2-fact. And against 23 Nexus, it's kind of the... This is best case scenario, right, for 2-fact? Or is rangeless? I guess against rangeless, 2-fact might be better. But 2-fact against 23 Nexus is pretty much the best you can hope for, I feel like. These 3 Marines trying to make sure the CC doesn't get scouted, trying to hide this as much as possible. But 2 goons coming in, and Kiko's in trouble with this getting found out pretty early. When Simi sees the no Nexus, I would expect to see... Oh, we're going DT Rush. Alright. Nobody's playing standard StarCraft right now. But, yeah, we're looking kind of dead for Kiko. When you're going 2-fact and you're in your base and you're... Okay, we're not gonna lose the tank at least. Does this get across the map before DT come out? And we're going shuttle. Are we gonna DT drop? It's gonna be DT and a DT drop. Simi knows what's coming, Kiko knows that he's been found out. I feel like this game's over. Simi dead kind of over a pylon. Second gateway coming down. Yeah, I'm surprised we added the robo before the second gateway. That seems crazy to me. But vultures are going to be behind this with the vulture upgrade, so... I mean, there is potential. Losing my voice, man. How do I make this go away? Okay. Archive's almost done. DT queued up right now? Yeah, I'm pretty sure he forgot it, right? I was thinking that too, because it feels like we should have had DT coming out like long before this. Yeah, he made Robo before the archives. That's what I was saying, like, that seems crazy to me. Eco might should be a little bit concerned at this point, because there's so few units here. But we're gonna be getting mines in between, so yeah, we can kill the natural, potentially. We have 2 mines here, 2 mines here. Yeah, it's actually gonna be enough. And the shuttle's out with a DT. We have no detection. But we're going to... he wants to go... I think he wants to go drop the DT, right? But he's afraid of him coming up the ramp if he doesn't leave the DT on the ramp. And this is going to give Kiko time to prep for the DT drop. Trying to micro as best he can to save this Nexus, and he actually might be able to. Oh my god, that mind drag. Oh no. Okay, this Vulture's gonna get in. The SCVs finish off the Nexus while the Vulture distracts him. And now with the Vulture rally, I think we're screwed, right? I mean, Simi's looking kind of dead. We're gonna have the turrets up, we're gonna have a scanner ready if we want it. Dude, these two are having some crazy games right now. I think Simi's done. I mean, we're just gonna have like a constant Vulture rally. Well, we're hardly able to get our units out. Okay, good mine pickup there. But I mean, this Vulture's like... Or this Dragoon's like 1 Vulture volley away from dead. Yeah, if he didn't go Robo before Archives, I feel like he would have been in great shape. To go Robo before Second Gate and Archives was like wild to me. When he saw that it was 2 fact. I mean, we have 2 Dragoons with like no health. We could just make an Observer now. I imagine one's coming sooner. Maybe he just wants to try and optimize as much as possible here because of the situation. Gonna lose a Dragoon, gonna try to wall, but we're not gonna make it. 3 Vultures come in. This feels like a GG timing moment. There's our Observer now, but we have 1 Goon with 11 HP. Can't even fight the Vultures. One of them doesn't even need to shoot. Doesn't matter. Eco started his command center behind this too, just to make sure. Just continuing to be as annoying as possible. Semi scrambling to get enough units out to try and stabilize here. Eco's pausing, says, I have old lady here, 91. Okay. We're a caretaker. We're taking care of old women and beating Semi at the same time. Oops, it's crazy. Crazy. This is why the Fear Kiko game paused for a while. Good grandson and base Tasagi. Let the grandma play, she can win from here. True. Clearly. Eco with 1100 gas, by the way. What do we think we use that for? We even built a starport. What's the starport for? I guess we'll go, I guess for sci-fi? Nuke? This would be an actual nukeable game, though. Wait for shuttle. Oh, true. Actually, yeah. You're right. 100%. You go playing Brood War from seniors home and the seniors have to come down. World folk home. No one got their meds yet, right? Eco's not doing his job right now. That 90-year-old's beating on his door being like, I need you to take care of me. And he's like, I'm playing Starcraft. It's the finals. Use your wheelchair. Go the 6-year-old guy in Thailand? I think he's the caretaker. I drank like 4 bottles of water today doing this. This is the longest I've ever casted anything. We're at 5 hours now. Kiko just doesn't get to sleep tonight, by the way. He's gonna win these 2 games and then lose the next 2 to make it take as long as possible. Casted 8 hours multiple days in a row at BSL. Yeah, saying you're actually a good caster. Okay? I have a weak voice and I don't cast. You're officially a professional caster. You know how much I get paid for casting today? Naka gave me his prime earlier, so probably about $3. Had a huge mistake, I drank so much water. Yeah, that's actually one of the reasons I stopped. 250? I wish I got 250 out of it. I actually get 220, I think. But then there's like a little bit of ad revenue, so I just scaled up like way more than I actually would have got, but makes me feel better. Drank so much water, peed like 12 times. Then I stopped drinking water and I heard my voice. One feels sorry for me? Wait, sorry for what? What is... What? What are you asking me? I think the key is to drink in tiny sips. Yeah, I think that actually does make sense. Dude, I love eggnog. I'm such a sucker for eggnog. I need to get some more, actually. Love the nog. Wait, Range, your partner? What? When did that happen? What does my name mean? It's a dragon from Persian mythology. Your wife makes homemade raw milk, raw eggs, cream eggs. Dude, that sounds so good. We've tried making our own eggnog, or my mother has, but it didn't come out okay. Is there a pause rule? Not that I know of. Back from the Justin TV days. It's forever ago. Looks like the other tiers are still going too, at least. One point your stream was featured on Team Liquid. 250, 300 concurrent viewers. Dude, why'd you stop, man? Did Grandma die? What's wrong with you, Nomad? All of the tiers are finished? Oh, okay. Well, Dada was still streaming. Okay. Give me GG's. I mean, he did lose anyway. Okay, so apparently Simi did not see the second factory. Like he didn't realize he was being two-facted. Yeah, we're still in the finals. Kiko is up 2-1. Ugh. And they have been two pretty wild games, actually. Time for the 12 Nexus. I really thought he would last game. He did so much of it earlier. I'm ordering a pizza now. Is that Dada? Yo, Dada, thanks for the raid, man. I appreciate it. We are just waiting on Hiko to come back. Hiko is currently up 2-1. Semi was the winner of the Winners League, like winner bracket, so he is he started off 1-0, Hiko won 2 in a row, so Hiko kind of pulling the upset right now at like 3:30 in the morning his time or something like that. How many times do I eat a day? Wow, now that you mention it, this is gonna be the first thing I eat today. I usually eat like a maximum of twice, but quite often I eat 1 time a day. Okay, give me 1 second. Couldn't miss anything. Just getting my pizza ordered here. I'm glad we could get it figured out for you. Wrong card. What? I didn't save my card. Alright, hang on. Okay, we got the Ford pylons. This is already looking like Zealot pressure. What we're gonna be seeing here. So no 12 Nexus is actually gonna be Zealot pressure. This could be reading into his opponent a little bit. Kiko is pretty well known for he does like to play a lot of gasless expends. That being said, it doesn't look like, well, I mean, it could be what we got, sorry. It's gonna be a Ford barrack, so this is almost definitely a gasless expend. Semi gonna be checking middle, maybe for a BBS. Or we're just gonna end scout. So kind of suddenly decided to end scout. And it's gonna be close spawns. Ford gateway against a gasless expand, so this is a very good start for Semi. Yeah, cross to scout it, yeah. Now that makes sense. And actually seeing this SCV shows him that it's going to be at bottom right, and when he sees it as gasless, he's going to be pretty happy with that. So potentially a lot of damage here to start it off for Semi. Range should start up right away, and he may look to try and start the bunker as soon as he can. We're actually leaving the SCV here to block. But we need to get this bunker down, like, ASAP. But he doesn't realize that he is in danger. Thinking that he's got time, not knowing this is like a forward gateway. It's very rare on a map like this, like on Vermeer. Bunker's gonna start right as the Zealot shows up. We only have a single Marine, so this is gonna be a bit of a nightmare for Kiko. Now we start the extra Marine, but it's gonna be so long before we ever get tanks out to deal with like the goons and stuff that'll be coming. This will be 2, maybe 3 zealots, and then a dragoon behind that. I mean, this bunker is like never gonna come up. We got pretty good zealot SCV pool there. We do pick off the probe. We're gonna be running around a little bit with this. But the multitasking here is very hard for Kiko. As the Terran player, you're having to micro on 2 fronts, and let's be honest, with Protoss, you only really need to micro on 1 front. The Zealot will take care of itself. 3rd Zealot coming in, Dragoon range and Dragoon behind this. The game's just over. Yeah, this felt like a little bit of a counter build to Kiko. Semi, maybe 200 IQ. We pick a Vermeer, a Terran map. Kiko is known to do gasless expand, and then we forward gateway. What a punish. What a mind game. Oh. 1 HP. I mean, it doesn't matter anyway, but we're dead either way. But that's just why. Extra insult there. GG. So that ties it up 2-2. Yeah, that was rough. Kiko. So last game, thank God, says Kiko. The name's Egg. Lurker Egg. Imagine picking Tempest. Like, of course he has to play Invader, but I've actually heard that Invader is not bad for Terran TVP. Yeah, it's almost 4 AM for Kiko. Okay, I have to finish ordering this. Give me a second here. Good. Okay. Pizza is ordered. Yeah, Kiko playing at 4 AM is like really, really rough for him. The semi-gas rush? I've never seen him do it. Looks like Semi doesn't want to play, sorry, I'm missing some like nonsense here. So Semi once again going for a very forward gateway this time. So this is going to be forward gateway with a gas deal, so we're playing it like Dark Origin. I mean, we're playing it like a 2-player map. Does Kiko cut this SCV? Actually, does he even need to? I know he started another one. Yeah, we'd have to cut if we wanted to stop the gas deal, but I guess he doesn't care. I mean, Kiko plays so much gasless expend, but he should know that we're... He doesn't even see it. Yeah. We're gonna pull the SCVs. I have seen this this response. And it feels like it's a really good response, but it scares me to do this. But this actually is good to do. As long as you kill the gateway, but yeah, I think it is too late, actually. I think it needed to be sooner if we were gonna do this. So he pulling 4 probes to protect this gateway that finishes the Zealot anyway. I mean, Kiko just lost. The game's over. I mean, Is it over? Wait, maybe it's not over. We have... What is this, 10 SCVs, 11 SCVs? What are we mining with down here? It's actually not that bad if we don't lose much here. But already we're messing up with our Marines. Oh no. That's around. Okay. Yeah, I think we're done. These probes are broken. You hate to see it end like this. Another Marine's gonna go down? Maybe? Maybe not. Run for your life, dude. Oh no, we walked into it! No! If we didn't walk into it, it was okay. Okay, what are we looking at here? Worker-wise, still... I guess it's even on workers now. Which is still kind of okay. We don't have any more Zealots coming, it's just gonna be the Dragoon. The question really is, what is the mental edge for Semi right now? Because based on this, it's probably kind of high. Just now the depot's coming down. We're at 4 Marines. I mean, if we get a bunker up, I don't know. Is this even playable? I mean, we can move down for a bunker right now. We have 1 very low HP Zealot. We're gonna chase it. Even killing this pylon would be like really, really nice. And supply blocking Semi. It's gonna be DT! Why is Semi fully representing Protoss tonight? Does he normally play like this? Oh my god. I feel like there's no chance that Kiko is gonna be prepared for a DT rush. Like, we need to see an eBay, like, pretty soon. We're gonna, like... He's... Oh wait, this wasn't eBay first! That's not a factory! Wait, we're not gonna die? Does Kiko have Star Sense? We're just prepping for everything. I thought this was a factory, and I was like, oh, we're 2-facting. Can we even kill DTs, though, before they run by? That is an honest, legitimate question. We're gonna need, like, a turret pretty far back. Actually, no, back is worse, though. Okay, this placement's okay. I mean, we still have a bit of time to get some more units out, like... We may have a tank before the DT get here, right? Now here's the thing, Semi's gonna right-click this turret. He's either gonna right-click it, or... Oh, we even killed a Marine so we could start a tank. Maybe an SCV? Oh no, that's actually kind of bad. We need like all the DPS we can get. So either the Zealots are meant to Okay, we didn't look, so we didn't see that. Either the zealots are just gonna tank it, so they can walk by, or we're gonna right-click the turret. Does Kiko? No. There's the right-click on the turret. Or we can just walk past. We can just do both. Why not just do both? This is a I don't want to play Starcraft anymore moment for Kiko. Yeah, that's game. This is game, guys. Semi resorted to full Protoss mode. After losing those 2 games to Kiko, everybody just wants to go home. Semi pulls the inner Protoss out and takes the win. Am I proud of my fellow Protoss player? Not really. Maybe ashamed. Slightly ashamed, but he got the job done. Protoss gonna Protoss. Yeah, no problem, Dot. I kind of had fun. I mean, 5.5 hours is like really long for me, but I'm happy I did it. I had some fun. Okay, well, I said I was gonna ladder after my cast. I am not going to ladder after my cast. I am done with Starcraft for the day. Since we have a lot of people here, should actually raid somebody. But I appreciate you guys watching. I do hope you guys enjoyed. The finals were actually pretty exciting. Kiko may have lost, but I am actually proud of Kiko right now. Considering he's playing like in the middle of the night like this, and he actually took a couple games off Semi. One of them being like a full-on macro game. I did not expect Semi to drop like any games, and he got very close to losing even. So good for Kiko, honestly. I will be doing ladder tomorrow myself. It's going to be a Protoss ladder day tomorrow, and probably Protoss until Monday, and then I'm going to do Terran. But I want to step up my Protoss game. I do want to aim for S rank in the near future. But we're going to have to work pretty hard if we're going to get there. Okay, well, I don't see anybody streaming Starcraft that I heard a raid, so we're just gonna call it here. Yeah, thanks for watching, everybody. Hope you guys had a good time, and I will be back tomorrow. Have a good night, have a good day, depending on where you are, and I'll catch you guys next time. Peace.